I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it,
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live Tuesday, April 30th, 2024 at around 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Today we are playing a case from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective from the West End Adventures box. The third case, we've played the first two cases quite a while ago, actually. And I'm surprised by how good they've been so far. Let's do a little check-in with the chat here before we get started. YouTube says 8 concurrent viewers, 2 likes. So a small group on a Tuesday night. Let me know if anyone is up to anything interesting. Anna is here, our chief detective. This was a game she requested we play. We're going to talk a little bit about the 2 different versions and which one we're going to play tonight. Let's do some bookkeeping first. On Sunday, we had our second session of reading through a Sherlock Holmes murder mystery dossier from the 80s, contemporaneous with the original publication of this game we're playing tonight. And that the murder mystery dossier that we're reading is a retelling of the first novel starring Sherlock Holmes called A Study in Scarlet. So it's quite fun to be reading the origin of Sherlock Holmes, getting a little insight into his background and his meeting with Watson. It's almost like an origin story of the two of them meeting. And so we have a little more insight into Sherlock Holmes now when we play this game. It almost makes him seem like a real person. So it's going to be interesting to see if that doesn't give us a little bit more of investment into today's game. I also published yesterday a short review of Cryptic Killer's Murder in Market Hill, which we played on the channel last week or so. And another winner from Cryptic Killers. And I recorded a couple more videos that will go up in the next couple days. if you are a Patreon supporter, which I'd love to have you become, those videos are, you can check those out a little bit early. Okay, anything else? Tomorrow, we will be playing the 7th session of the 7th Citadel. That's a game that mostly it's been Jonathan and I playing, Jonathan and me playing, and Isara has been joining us for some of that, and a couple people commenting on the videos after the fact. Though I am completely enraptured by the 7th Citadel, so I'm looking forward to getting back to that. And we have a couple of interesting games coming up to play. John Keane, who created Razorhurst, which we played about a year ago or so, a free downloadable print and play game similar to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We loved Razorhurst, and John Keane recently finished a follow-up to that called Razorhurst Blood Alley. And that's been out for a while, but we've been waiting for John to do some revisions and get a sort of second version. And he just let me know that he has just put up a second version. Our very own Rob has helped make the newspapers look a little more realistic. If you remember, Rob helped create a custom play-by-mail experience that we had on this channel. Anyway, so I'm very much looking forward to playing Razorhurst Blood Alley. That will be soon. And then we've got another game, another homemade game that's several years old in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective vein. That's the, I can't remember how he's called it, but we played the first one, which was Burglary at Bellamy's. Was that what the follow-up to this one is? I think so. Anyway, more Sherlock Holmes style games coming up. Anything else to talk about before we get started today? I think that's all I have. Okay, let's talk about then the two versions of the West End Adventures. So here's one of the original period boxes. I mean, it got originally published by Sleuth Publications. You know, the original Sherlock Holmes was 81 or so. This was a follow-up. I believe West End Adventures actually came after Adventures by Gaslight, possibly after Queen's Park as well. Yeah, I think after both of them. And there was a promised East End Adventures, which was written up in a little column, but never released. And then Space Cowboys reprinted almost all of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives in a couple of big boxes with very high production quality. That's the map underneath you're looking at is from the new Space Cowboys versions, mostly unchanged except for the appearance. And there are 6 cases in the original West End Adventures. And this was back in the days. I don't think we're seeing this anymore, but the original Space Cowboys boxes were so generous that they actually were putting 10 cases in a box. And when they got to reprinting this one, there were 6 cases, and they actually added in a whole other Jack the Ripper series, which was completely newly written for this box, but not entirely successful. And lots of people complain about it. It's quite an artistic achievement to take this true story, unsolved story of Jack the Ripper. But those cases, those Jack the Ripper cases are not, I'm not sure why I opened this up. Those Jack the Ripper cases are not that successful. Now, so the other piece to talk about is people often wonder, should I be playing the original or the new version? And if you're like me, you tend to assume with these kinds of things that the new versions are always going to be better, especially in this case where the production quality was so high on the new version. The map looks beautiful. The case booklets are beautiful. They're all standalone. Each case has its own case booklet with illustrations. But the truth is that the reprints of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games have been very mixed in quality. Space Cowboys is a French company. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective was very big in France. And the original Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cases were all written pre-word processor, at least before it was mainstream, and they don't have the digital versions of the originals. So what's happened is that some of the new reprints by Space Cowboys have been plagued with translation errors and some questionable changes. So there's a little bit of disagreement among players as to which version is better for any given set, for any given box. And of course, you can imagine that's all the more it's all the more difficult to get agreement because you can't really play it twice. You can't really play both versions. So people have played one version and looked at another version. However, we have now played through a big chunk of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective collection, and I have some opinions about which versions are better. And in my opinion, the standalone expansions for Queen's Park, especially, are the original is better. We did some comparison, we played through, and so for my strong opinion is that for those standalone expansions, the original is better. For the main box, the Thames Murders and Other Cases, and probably for this one, I think the new version is quite high quality. And they've also made some changes that look to be mostly for the better and haven't made the game too much shorter. Queen's Park, they not only messed up a whole bunch of stuff, but they also removed stuff and made it shorter experience. But I think that for the West End adventures, the new version may be suitable for play. Maybe, I don't know if I would say superior, but what we're going to do is we're going to play the new version today. And if we get some time, or if someone in the channel, I know Jonathan Warner has done it for us before, may be going through the old version and let us know when there's something that's different in an interesting way. I don't have a list, I'm not sure someone has made it yet, of all the substantial changes they've made. I know there's some changes to the newspaper. We've noticed they basically reformatted everything, and sometimes they dropped articles and added articles, some weird changes that we don't really understand why. And in the original, since we're not going to play the original, let's just take a look at it for a second here. So you can see the format was completely different. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective typically came in two formats, like this, and then a 3-ring binder version, which I'm not sure they made the West End Adventures in 3-ring binder, but all of the cases are here. And I do want to show you, let's see, so 1990 and 1995 is this version actually. Wow, I can't believe it went so far as 1990. Probably 1990 original, and then Chesek took over publishing maybe in 1995. Okay, so here are the 6 cases in the original version. and we're playing case 3, a case of identity. It did get renamed in the new version to something a little less awkward, a question of identity. And here is the directory, the original directory. You can see the original directory just has one alphabetical, but when there's categories that would be in the yellow pages, they're listed, they're broken out. No separate yellow pages. If we look at the new directory, we've got alphabetical for names, and then at the end we have a separate section by category. The other odd difference, and I was talking to someone recently about the allies, is that West End Adventures introduced a whole bunch of new allies, and we went through and looked for which ones of these are new. So if you remember, the idea for the allies is, or informants they call them, is that these are places you can go almost every case. There'll be something, you can talk to these recurring characters. Then there are a couple introduced here for just Jack the Ripper cases. And they're told in a little introductory lecture, and it's very odd that in the West End Adventures, they introduced a whole bunch of new informants that are not in the new reprint. Gray's Inn, Lincoln's Inn, the Temple, Barry and Thomas O'Neill, the Pall Mall Gazette, the Police News. Now, you could still go to these places, but they're not common places you're told about. And then the other way that the old version differs seems to be the newspapers. And maybe if we have time today, or Jonathan can let us know if he spots anything different about the newspapers. Jonathan thinks that one of the things they did in the original version, here was the ad for it, is that they frequently had older newspapers be relevant, whereas the new version tends to make the current day's newspaper the only thing you need. Let's just take a quick look at this and see if we notice anything different. West End Adventures follows in the footsteps of the award-winning Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, contains a series of mystery cases that will challenge your investigative skills. West End of London is known for its mansions, museums, and theaters. It's where the elite of British society live and play, but beneath that respectable facade is a world of hidden secrets, financial scandals, and murders. So essentially, we're in the more posh area of London for these cases. Okay, let's put this away. Jonathan, here's the original map, by the way, if you want to compare. A little larger, a little harder to read, a lot harder to read. Okay, so Jonathan, you may, if you spot anything in the old version, or anyone else who has the old version, let us know. We can maybe take a look at it either afterwards or during. But we'll be playing the new version today. Most of the time when we play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, we've been playing the old versions, but it's nice to have a reason to play one of the new versions. Okay, let me check in the chat before we actually get started here. Okay, we've got Mickey from Sweden. Petiol is here. Marco's here, Perry's here. Lots of people are here today. Oh, we're up to 18 viewers. Okay, I guess now we have to get serious. We have to put on our serious face here. Okay, anything else we need to say before we get started? I've got my stickers. All right. So why does this say the 7th case? Okay, yes, okay. Because when Space Cowboys reprinted, the game, re-released the game, they put all the Jack the Ripper cases up front. So the numbers have been modified. In the original, this would be called a case of identity and case 3. Okay, Jonathan is ready to compare. And here's our newspapers for, these are actually the newspapers for after, September 19th and after. So we may want to get out the earlier newspapers in case we need them. Yes, okay. All right. Now, one of the things that we've talked about is when to read the newspaper. And in the last year or so, we've changed our strategy about the newspaper. It used to be we would read this all in the beginning, front to back, in case there's something useful. But for pacing reasons now, we tend to split up the newspaper. We'll read it a little bit later. We'll read it in parts. We'll skim it. Eventually, we will read everything. So just keep that in mind. If you have this game at home and you're playing along with us, the ground rules here on this channel for doing such is that you have to stay synchronized, yoked to us, yoked to me as we play it and read, if you want to have the discussions with us live as we work through things. If you want to go off on your own and read your own stuff separately, that's fine. You just can't share in the discussions. Okay, let's read West End Adventures, 7th case, A Question of Identity. The fog covers Baker Street like a heavy shroud, turning each passerby and each cart into a strange, faded vision. We're coming up the street with Wiggins leading us. No point in hailing a cab. In this pea soup, we're going as fast as any sane driver would. It looks like there's a crowd in front of Mr. Holmes's door, shouts Wiggins while quickening his step. As we come closer, we distinguish 4 silhouettes. Among them, Holmes' tall and slim one, easily recognizable despite the fog. Ah, Wiggins, happy to see you here. Reinforcements have arrived, Lestrade. Would you please give them a quick rundown of the situation while I finish my examination of the body? Holmes pulls a magnifying glass out of his pocket and leans over the body lying on the doorstep of 221B Baker Street. It's a man approximately 6 feet tall. There's a little puddle of blood near his right ear. Around the body, Dr. Watson is assisting Holmes in his observations while a policeman is watching over them. Lestrade, his hands in his pockets, is rocking himself back and forth on his heels. By the way he looks at us, it's easy to see that he considers us more of a nuisance than a helping hand. Come on, Holmes, this is a case which concerns the police, and I won't let you or your acolytes insert yourselves into our investigation. You've already given us a statement to the effect that you don't know this man, you weren't expecting visitors, and you had no cases currently underway. Holmes pays no attention to Lestrade's speech. His attention is focused on the unknown man's body. He takes his right hand and examines each of its fingers with his magnifying glass. Watson, could you take a look at the right side of his head and see if you could determine the origin of the hemorrhaging? Of course, Holmes. Watson kneels and slightly turns the victim's head. Look, there's a wound in his neck, says Watson. It would seem he's been stabbed. This caused significant internal lesions. In the meantime, Holmes is examining the victim's other hand. His fist is closed. Holmes opens it and pries out a piece of paper. Lestrade, increasingly annoyed by the detective's attitude, crouches and snatches the paper from his hand. Remember, Holmes, this case concerns the police. Withholding evidence from us is out of the question. Lestrade brings the paper closer to his little rat eyes to examine it. Just an article cut out from the Friday issue of the Pall Mall Gazette. The obituary announcement for Sir Wilfrid Majorbanks. You know anything about that? No, replies Holmes with a snappy voice, while examining the mouth of the corpse. He then opens the jacket to check its pockets. He pulls out a silver watch and checks to see that the time given matches that of his own watch. All I know about that is what I've read in the papers. Okay, and this is Monday, September 19th. Okay. Before Lestrade is able to answer, the silence of the thick fog surrounding us is broken by the ringing of a bell. The police wagon surges from the mist as if floating on a cloud and stops near us. Well then, Fuller, don't just stand there. Help them load the body. Fuller and the two constables who came down from the wagon grab the body and load it into the vehicle, which leaves as it came. Holmes heads to his door. Come, my friends, a good cup of tea will warm our old bones frozen by the cold. I need to go back to the yard to write my report, Holmes. Lestrade and Fuller walk off, quickly disappearing from our sight. 5 minutes later, we're settled in the living room. Mrs. Hudson has brought us biscuits and tea, and, at Holmes' request, stayed in our company. Holmes lights his pipe, facing the window overlooking the street, his gaze lost in the fog. After a short moment, he turns to us. I have told you many times it's a mistake to start coming up with theories without having a sufficiently large volume of information. We have too few facts about the gentleman who came to die on our doorstep this morning. However, we have a few well-established facts. First, he was a young man, probably in his 20s. Isn't that right, Watson? Oh, absolutely, and closer to 20 than he was to 30. Secondly, his clothes were of average off-the-rack quality, outdated but well taken care of, clean and ironed. I'd say that a woman was taking care of them. Thirdly, he had dental care performed on him recently. Fourthly, he has a top-grade watch which is ahead by 20 minutes. No doubt to make sure he would be on time for his work. And what if the watch was inaccurate? Asks Wiggins. It's a possibility, but it was wound this morning. If he had wanted to, he could have set it to the correct time. Moreover, his dental care leads me to believe he had a comfortable income. A person with no work pushes back that sort of intervention. Fifthly, his work. His hands were strong, calloused, used to effort, but clean. No dust or grease, not even under the nails, which distinguishes him from the London working class. Says Watson disconcertedly. And most importantly, he was killed in front of the residence of the greatest consulting detective. Holmes punctuates that remark with a cloud of smoke. As Lestrade was saying, it could be coincidence, offers Watson timidly. And the newspaper article, asks Holmes. The article found in his hand, firmly held. No, I don't think this is a coincidence. Holmes walks to Mrs. Hudson. Mrs. Hudson, have you heard or seen anything which could shed light on this mystery? I was in the middle of cleaning the kitchen when I heard a man shout. By the time I got to the front door, this poor young man was lying on the ground. And did he say anything? He said, this isn't... Then he hiccuped before his life left his body. I came to get you right away. Did you tell that to Inspector Lestrade? He didn't ask me, Mr. Holmes. Faithful to his habits, Lestrade doesn't look for information which could contradict his already elaborated theory. Was that young man coming to see me? Did he have something to do with the death of Major Banks? Maybe you could take care of that while I focus on another brain teaser. Of course, says Wiggins, for all of us. Okay, rather odd. clock said ahead 20 minutes. Holmes is already assuming he understands why that is. He says it's just something that some people do to not be late. We see on the clock, on his watch, it says Dodger Bank number 1, 1897. Holmes has deduced he's not a working person. His nails are clean. He's not dressed in super rich clothes. They're sort of old but well kept. He thinks a woman is helping him keep his clothes clean and pressed. We're told he's in his 20s, closer to 20 than to 30. Dead on the doorstep. A very odd final set of circumstances here. The woman hears him scream. Miss Hudson does. She sees him on the ground, and he says, "This isn't." Then he hiccuped before life left his body. Well, I don't know what the deal with the hiccup is. Watson has already found a knife wound in the neck, so it seems likely that what we've got is someone trying to reach Holmes to tell him this isn't, and then the person he's been killed by someone who doesn't want him doing that. And what he's holding in his hand is an obituary for Wilfred Majorbanks. Given the title of the case and him saying this isn't, it almost sounds like it's the likely case is he's trying to say this obituary is wrong. This is not Sir Wilfred Majorbanks who died, or something like that. Okay, let's see what the chat is up to. Jonathan says, translation of the translation seems accurate, same general thrust, almost entirely reworded, trying to be more verbose in Space Cowboys. The height is changed from 5 to 6. Majorbanks, yes. Okay, so I think we might need to be a little bit careful about the differences, because it's possible that that if we spot a difference, Jonathan, in the version, it might give away something. So let's be careful that if you spot a difference in detail, maybe we shouldn't talk about it. And Jonathan is taking a little bit of a bullet for us, because Jonathan may find some information that, if it's left out, might be, for example, if Space Cowboys editors thought that a case was too easy, they might remove something from our current version, and Jonathan might notice it in his version. So let's have Jonathan be especially careful about details in case they're important. Okay, so, and then Anna was asking the natural question, what issue of the paper do we have? So we don't have the obituary paper from the Friday before. We just have the paper from the morning, and we don't have the Pall Mall Gazette. But now if we look at our older papers, we actually have, let's see what we do have. These are future papers. And then here are previous papers. So we have the Pall Mall from the 16th and the 13th. So I guess the 16th is Friday. So we do have the Friday paper. This is quite unusual. So this paper from Friday the 16th is the paper that the obituary is from. Here's today's paper, and here's the paper that the guy's holding. So this is a little unusual, but pretty cool that we can now see this obituary. So here it is. I guess we can start with this. So here's the obituaries. Let's take a look. Sir Wilfred Majorbanks, MP. We have the regret to announce the death of Sir Wilfrid Marjoribanks. He was found dead yesterday of a heart attack in the apartments of the Cosmopolitan Hotel, the usual residence of Sir Wilfrid, during his visits in the capital. Sir Wilfrid, 52 years old, had been an eminent member of Parliament, Manchester, since 1880. Born on July 2nd, 1845, he was the second son of Edward Marjoribanks of Manchester, an Oxford graduate. He joined his father and his brother at the Coutts Bank, founded by his grandfather, Dudley C. Marjoribanks. Sir Wilfrid was respected in government circles as much for his devotion and his integrity as for his keen knowledge of the banking and financial industry. While he was a member of the Conservative Party and an ardent defender of Balfour, he had many supporters in Parliament, and many saw him as a future successor to the Treasurer. Sir Wilfrid was a bachelor whose social life was often abandoned in favor of his work, with the exception of his many suppers at the Carlton Club. He was known for his skilled use of the language. While a businessman wanted to buy a parcel of land in the middle of a neighborhood which his family owned, he declared, "Might as well kill a sheep to have a rib." If he failed to get his viewpoint across to a visitor, he'd declare to his secretary once the visitor had gone, "What good to talk to that man? It's like putting ointment on a peg leg." The funeral will take place in Manchester this Sunday after the examination of the body by the coroner. Okay, so we get a little bit of background on Edward Marjoribanks. And then this rest of this paper is probably not of our concern, but September 19th very well could be. Let's see if there's an article about this body in the paper, and otherwise we'll move along and come back to the paper later. Okay. I don't see anything else in the paper about today's incident. Okay, we'll come back to this then. Let me put these aside. As a reminder, you can only play these games once. This is readily available to purchase. So if you think that you want to play this with your own group, if you've not played these games and you're intrigued, you could stop watching now, go play this on your own with your own group, and then come watch this video afterwards to see how we did differently. Okay, so we've got lots of leads to follow up on today. Right from the start, we've got the bank mentioned in the watch. We've got possible family of let's see, we don't know who this guy is. Okay, we don't know who this guy is. We don't know his name. And what does Holmes say to us? He doesn't give us any advice. He just says, go take care of it. He seems to insinuate that Lestrade has a theory. So we could go talk to Lestrade. He's one of our informants. Let's make a list of places. And then we've got, of course, the obituary. So let's start by making a sort of to-do list right here. Okay, so perhaps our first one on our to-do list is the Dodger Bank. Okay. We've got coroner to look more at the body, perhaps. We could talk to Lestrade, see what his theory is. And then regarding the obituary that this guy is so concerned about telling us about, we think, we've got Wilfrid Marjoribanks. You might imagine that we could talk to the Pall Mall Gazette for more information? Probably not, but possibly. And then we're told a little bit about if we think this case is deeply connected to Wilfred Major Banks, we've got a couple of leads to follow that way, right? We've got that he was an MP in Parliament. That wouldn't be our first place to check, but possibly. And then we know he hangs out in the Carlton Club. These are all Wilfred Major Banks. He hangs out in the Carlton Club. And let's see, you might imagine that we would check birth and death records if we think this is a mistaken identity type thing. Is our dead person is in their 20s. This guy was in his 50s. So it's not like our dead person is going to be the real Sir Wilfrid, right? So it can't be that. We don't know what this connection is to this dead guy. Could be, don't know. Could be relative, could be son. We're told what banks he works at. Joined his father and his brother at the Coutts Bank. Okay, so is this banking? Is this case have to do with banking? Is Sir Wilfrid a banker and our dead guy a banker? A little young for a banker. Was there anything else we're told about our dead guy when it came to his clothing? I need to look at that again. Stabbed in the neck, hiccup. I don't really understand the hiccup thing, but what was the analysis? Oh, dental work. If we're trying to find this guy's identity, and Holmes points out that he had recent dental work, that might be an angle we could pursue to try to get this guy's identity. I mean, obviously, you've got a dead person with no identity. That would be the first order of business, is to identify them. Top quality watch, ahead by 20 minutes, dental work, hands, strong, calloused, used to effort. It's weird. He's not dressed like a blue collar worker. He's not dirty, but on the other hand, he's got calloused hands and older clothes. It doesn't really seem like he's working. It's upper class, but he's also not working class. A little unusual. All right. Basil Rathbone, Sherlock Holmes movies are the best. Okay. All right, so we've got our little to-do list here. So coroner autopsy. Let's take a look at our list of allies here to give us any thoughts. So we've got the medical examiner for our autopsy. That seems a reasonable thing. I suppose another very logical thing would be cab rides. Did he take a cab here? Normally we try to put off checking the cab records because sometimes they give away all of the allies. We tend to put off to avoid getting hints until we think they're thematically appropriate. So let's also do this. Let's put a little sticker where we are. So we're at 221B Baker Street, which is right over there. So there's our dead body. Normally you can, in the new versions, in the Space Cowboys ones, you can visit 221B Baker Street to talk to Holmes, and generally he gives you hints. We would normally go and look at the scene of the crime, but we're too early for hints, so we're not gonna go there right away. Okay, I do think it makes sense to go to the autopsy first, although they've just taken him away, so maybe we should let them have a couple hours to work on the body before we head over to the autopsy. On the other hand, how else are we going to identify this body? And maybe he's got other stuff in his pockets and stuff. All right, so I think it makes sense thematically that we should go to the autopsy, see what they find. So 38 EC we're talking to. All right. Have you discovered something about the young man found killed this morning on Baker Street, Meeks? Asked Wiggins. I haven't performed a complete post-mortem examination yet, Wiggins, which is why I said we should delay our visit here. Asking a little much of Meeks. But what I can tell you is that he died from a wound inflicted by a knife to the right side of his neck. He was stabbed from behind by a right-handed person using a downward thrust. I'll have more details tomorrow. And what can you tell us about the man who died at Bethlehem last Friday morning? I've examined the body of Mr. Smith, Wiggins. I don't like what I saw. He died from a rupture of the cervical vertebrae. This feels like... what's happening? Died at Bethlehem last Friday. Is he talking about Wilfred Majorbranks? Why is he calling him Mr. Smith? What's happened? Why has that happened to us? We do have more obituaries, but why are we being told about a Mr. Smith? Sometimes when you play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you have to be a little bit careful about when you see a place that looks like it's talking about stuff that you're not supposed to read yet, then maybe you stumbled on a place prematurely. This was weird. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Unless someone has an insight into what just happened there, I'm going to put a note to come back to 38 EC after we've looked around a little bit. Let me see about today's paper. Lots of international stuff. In today's paper, I do see something about Bethlehem. The management of the Bethlehem Asylum has reported to the police the breakout of one of its patients, Irving Novak, during the early hours of the morning last Friday. Novak is a young man of 22 years old, calm, slim, and with brown hair. Last time he was seen, he was wearing the white clothes of the asylum. He is not considered to be dangerous. Whoever has information about him is asked to contact the Lambeth Road police station. Is this our dead body? Bethlehem Asylum. Contact Lambeth Road Police. He's 22 years old. 53 Southeast. Irving Novak. Jonathan says come back later because it definitely leaks information. Okay. We will go back to the autopsy. Let's just remember to come back to the coroner. We have put it on our to-do list. But I wonder, do we have, is our escapee from the insane asylum our victim? It is an angle to pursue. I guess I'm most interested in it feels like the bank, perhaps, from the watch would be a good angle to pursue if we can identify our guy. So let's see if we can find Dodger Bank. I don't remember having been to Dodger Bank before. Maybe there's good reason. Doesn't exist in our list. Dodger Bank, and neither does the bank that Sir Wilfrid Major banks. Okay. How about we visit Major Bank's relatives and say, do you know of any guy who would care about this obituary? How about that? Like, is there anyone stalking you? Is there any relative? Okay. No major banks in the directory. Well, we're quickly running out of leads here. It's kind of surprising. Okay. Let's check cab records. Let's see if we can't spot our guy arriving, taking a cab, or if he walked. Okay. Cab records. We also have these little printouts that people made. We might want to use. So we went to Meek. Okay, let's try the cab depot. Let's see if anyone remembers someone showing up here. WC5. Okay, Jeffrey. Cabs don't have any useful information today. We're almost angry with ourselves for believing they might. What? I'm not angry at myself for believing they might. They usually do. Okay. I think maybe... Let's see what the channel says. Maybe it's time to look through the newspaper. And it says Major Bank is from Manchester, but we know the hotel he lived in, the Cosmopolitan. Yes, we could visit the Cosmopolitan. That's a good call. All right, so Cosmopolitan Hotel, 71 Southwest. Okay, let's check that out then. Let's see if he had any visitors that match our guy's description. 71 Southwest. Mm. Louis Pelly makes his cigar roll in his mouth from left to right before answering Wiggins' question. No, Major Banks didn't have guests in his apartment. He was single, resided here when he was in London. What kind of man was Major Banks? Well, we weren't really from the same social circles, answers Pelly. Hotel detectives and members of Parliament don't often spend time together, if you know what I mean. Yeah, of course, but was he friendly, a night owl? He was a politician. Who can say with these people? Pelly gets up while continuing to chew on his cigar. Where did you find the body? In the front of the door leading to his room. Wiggins heads to the spot, pulls his magnifying glass out of his pocket, and kneels to examine the ground. Has the room been cleaned or touched since his death? No. The police asked that no one touch anything. Major Banks had paid for these apartments until the end of the year. His brother will come by before the end of the week to get his personal belongings. And where does his brother live? Pelly pulls a notepad from inside his jacket and leafs through it before answering us. Kronstadt. No idea where that is. He works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Can you describe precisely what you found? Asks Wiggins in the most respectful way there could be. Pelly lets out a heavy sigh, pulls the cigar from his mouth, and begins his tale. Well, the chambermaid found him Thursday morning at 7:30. Pelly turns a few pages from his pad. She generally comes in at that time every day to draw a bath. Major Banks doesn't have any staff. A man came in around 8 to help him get dressed. Pelly's tone clearly lets on the disdain he feels about these demands from rich people. His personal secretary arrives almost every day at 9 o'clock. They work until noon, then they go out to eat and then head to Parliament. Last Thursday, the chambermaid found Major Banks lying on the ground right where you are, dead. I think he'd been dead for 7 or 8 hours before that, as he was already stiff. His face was grimacing, and he was clutching both of his hands to his chest. I think he had a heart attack. He was wearing a smoking jacket and slippers. Looked like he'd had the heart attack while getting changed to go to bed. While Pelly relates the events, Wiggins examines the ground between the two rooms. No blood or other bodily fluid. What's that? Looks like tobacco ash. Wiggins rubs the substance between his thumb and his index finger. Yes, says Pelly. He was smoking his pipe at the time of his death. It fell to the floor. I've put it with the others on the table, he says, while gesturing at a small rack holding a dozen pipes and a tobacco pouch on the table near the fireplace. I thought that everything had remained the way it was, says Wiggins, annoyed. Which pipe is it? The one nearest the tobacco pouch. Wiggins observes the pipe closely. A very nice piece of work, a Dunhill bulldog. Wiggins sniffs at the tobacco. A fetid smell. He opens the tobacco pouch to take a pinch and brings it to his nose. The smell seems to perplex him. It looks like a sort of Dunhill number 4. Wiggins places a small quantity of the tobacco in an envelope. He then examines the pipe with his magnifying glass. This part is deeply bit into. Interesting. Wiggins examines the other pipes and smells their chambers. What's so interesting? Asks Pelly. Nothing better reflects the personality of a man than his pipe, other than his watch and his shoelaces. Holmes told me often enough, and he's rarely wrong. Wiggins smiles. What else could you tell us? The last person to have seen him alive is Marvin Tobias. They dined together the previous night, then came back here to drink together. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about these glasses. Wiggins gets closer to a pair of brandy glasses, which still contain residues of the noble drink. One of the glasses is still a third full. Wiggins pulls a small flask from his pocket in which he gathers some of the dark liquid. Can you give me the name of Major Bank's secretary? Vincent Shelby, reads Pelly in his notepad. Anything else? Yes, the chambermaid and the domestic. Nancy Callison and Matthew Bryant. Is that enough? Yes, I think. Oh, one last thing. What? In Austria-Hungary. What? Asked Pelly, perplexed. Kronstadt. It's in Austria-Hungary. Okay, Wiggins is upping his is upped his game, his detective game, lately. All right, well, we got tons of information here on Wilfred Majorbanks about his last day on Earth. We're told the names of a bunch of people. We've got Vincent Shelby. We've got a lot of information on Majorbanks, although we're not exactly sure why we care about him except for the obituary, but clearly he's playing a role in here. And then we've got Nancy Callison and Matthew Bryant. So Vincent Shelby is the secretary, and then the chambermaid, and then the domestic. All right, now what is Wiggins picking up here? He's confused about the tobacco. It seems like he thinks it doesn't match this guy's personality. So we've got a member of parliament, a sort of politician, who seems to have had a heart attack while she found him Thursday morning. Okay, body found Thursday morning. Let's back up. Body found Thursday morning. He's got a brother. We don't know where his brother is. Oh, his brother is out of town. Okay. So what have we got here? So we're not going to be able to visit his brother. His brother's out of town. Found Thursday morning at 7:30. But he says, and where she comes in for his bath. Okay. He didn't have his staff. A man came in at around 8 to help him get dressed. What does that mean? Does he mean a man normally comes in around 8? Okay, man normally comes in to help him dress. So he has a schedule. 7:30 he takes his bath. 8 a.m. someone comes in to get him dressed. And then the secretary arrives at 9. They work until noon, go out to eat, and go to Parliament. But last Thursday, dead last Thursday. Last Thursday he's found dead. But he's been dead for 7 or 8 hours since 11 p.m. or midnight. Face grimacing, clutching both of his hands to his chest, looking like heart attack. Wearing smoking jacket and slippers, okay? So this guy thinks he was headed for a bath or something. There's this, or smoking, okay. But it looks like he dropped his pipe. And the police put it away. He says it's a Dunhill Bulldog. The tobacco is Dunhill number 4. We don't know why that would be of any interest to us, but Wiggins is certainly confused by it. And deeply bit into. Does that mean he fell on it or bit into over the years of biting into his pipe? He doesn't know whether the others are that way. And then Marvin Tobias is the last person to see him alive because he went drinking with him dined the night before. And we don't know who this person is. And maybe restaurant nearby. If we can't talk to Tobias himself. And then we're told that they drank here. Brandy, one is still full. A little bit suspicious. Like, would you really leave in the middle of drinking, or would you both finish your drinks? Interesting setup. Okay. Let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll get back to it. All right, we're back. I was just going to mark the location of the hotel, 71 Southwest. I'm not sure we've ever been there before. So we've got an interesting case. We've got a dead body with no ID on it. We don't know how to trace that angle, but the dead body person seems to have wanted to tell Holmes something is wrong with this dead politician who seems to have had a heart attack. So we're going to chase down the leads of our dead politician to see if it's some sort of conspiracy that's gotten our guy killed. So our best guess would be that the politician was murdered and the same murderer has killed our guy who was going to reveal it. So if we work under the assumption that there's foul play with our politician, we visited him, and now we're going to visit the people he saw last. We might also want to get some general knowledge from one of our informants about, so we can get some context on this politician and politics. So maybe Henry Ellis, who knows about foreign affairs. And then we were talking about visiting Murray, the criminologist. Maybe we could have some of that wine or brandy analyzed to see if it's got poison in it. And we might look through the paper again. In fact, we should do our, or Mycroft about politics says, and I think that's right. Let us quickly scan through the newspaper, though. Dee says, how about the asylum? Well, we do feel like maybe we got a little bit of knowledge about the asylum case that we shouldn't jump to conclusion on. So we're keeping that in the back of our mind, but I think maybe we're not going to pursue that yet. Okay, let's just look through if we see anything else in the paper that seems relevant to our case. A notice about a cryptograph machine if we find any hidden messages. And we do have an encrypted little message here. So look, we've got a message in some sort of cipher. It looks like it could be a Caesar cipher. The words lengths look like they are English word lengths. We've got two two-letter words. Those, actually, we've got three two-letter words, whole bunch of two-letter words that we should be able to. There aren't that many, so of and in. We might be able to figure out what this is if it is a Caesar cipher just by considering one of these words is going to be of, in, and. In fact, pairs of two-letter words, that's got to be pretty rare. And then this seems to be another hint in the game that perhaps this cryptography. So this could be nothing to do with our case, but it could be. So well, maybe we'll come back to that. Let's see what else we got. A tontine. So I've talked about tontines before on this channel. They're pretty cool idea. There's a movie called The Wrong Box, which I recommend, with a young Michael Caine. And the whole setting of the movie The Wrong Box is a tontine. and I definitely recommend it. It's a comedy. Okay, let's see. Herbal teas. Uh, Telegraphs. News from abroad. Plot against Romanian king. Here's something happening in the U.S. Austria, Hungary. Where did we say the brother was from? Where did we say the brother is from? Austria, Hungary. That's interesting. If the brother's from Austria and Hungary, and we've got an article here from Austria, Hungary. According to the New Free Press, Dr. von Barnreither has handed his resignation to Count Thun the First yesterday morning and has not taken part in the meeting today in the Low Chamber. The minister's resignation has not yet been brought to the emperor. Newspaper adds that no other change is planned. Okay. More foreign news. Lots of foreign news in the paper. Maybe the Times. I don't. Okay. Stock market information. Again, normally we would read these in detail, which we may still, but not right away. London Produce, cleaning house. Here's Gregson, one of the Scotland Yard officers who we're hearing a little bit about in Studying Scarlet. Let's see. What is he writing about? Spanish jail prisoners. Death sentence of Kate Ellen Shoesmith for infanticide. Someone was attacked by a bear. What's this? Murder of an industrialist during a worker protest. William Telbin assassinated. Manager of the largest bakery in London was killed. Many strikes. They saw a man with gray hair rush to the window of the cab to shoot its occupant with a revolver before disappearing into the crowd. He died on the spot. Yikes. Arrested a suspect, Albert Finch, one of the newest employees. He's in jail. Okay. Auction at Christie's. Diamond. Personal ads. Tall young man of 19 years, good presentation, seeks employee as a valet with a young handicapped gentleman wanting to travel. Also interested in employed by a second room valet for a noble family. So we have no reason to think this is our guy or connected. It's in Queen's Park. It's not in London anyway. Governess. Marie McCrae. Household staff. Brighton. What else have we got? More people looking for work. Apprentices, employee. Uproar at the synagogue. Patient escapes Bethlehem. There's our asylum person. Bethlehem, 22 years old, but he's wearing white outfit. If this is our guy who's dead, he's somehow changed, and where he got all his fancy stuff, I don't know. Accident on Wellingborough line. Bacteriology laboratory. Accusations of bigamy on Blackfriars Road. Marital brutality, condemned to 6 months hard labor for assaulting his wife. Charity sale, Bachman orphans. Canine contest. A circus, Bailey and Bailey Circus. Sports news, darts, tennis, odd paper. Anna says the cryptography she wants us to work on. Okay. All right, let's work on it a little bit. Let's see what we got. So it could be a substitution, an arbitrary substitution cipher. Any clues about it? What about maybe we don't have to solve it ourselves? Here's the cryptographic place trying to sell automatic decryption of correspondence, 20 Charing Cross. So rather than decode it ourselves, which we will do if we have to, let's find 20 Charing Cross. Okay, so you know this is one of these mechanics in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective that doesn't work in high and low, which is when you've got an address like 20 Charing Cross, you can look up the 20s and try to find where Charing Cross is. So if we look up 20 in Northwest neighborhood, we look at the streets around there, no Charing Cross there. How about Southwest, where some of our other activity is? Some people who know London might know already what neighborhood this is in, Charing Cross. I thought it might be up here, actually. But let's see. Or actually, now I'm having some memory of Charing Cross up in the upper area. Let's see if that's right. By some grass, the grass cross. But okay, let's find 20. Here's 20. No Charing Cross that I can see. No streets, Charing Cross. Maybe I can show you as I do it. Let's find the 20 in EC. Here's 20 EC. There's no Charing Cross there. How about 20 in Southeast? Okay, there's our 20 in our Southeast. No Charing Cross there. Okay. That leaves only a mistake or Southwest. Where's our Southwest 20? Okay, so what have I done wrong? Surely Charing Cross is a real place. I remember it. So let's see if we can't find it. Oh, there it is, Charing Cross Station. Okay. So yes, it was there. Okay, so Charing Cross Station, and there's our 20. So this is where this business is. So let's go to 20WC and see if they can decode it for us. Or give us a pointer so we don't waste our time. Okay. Okay. Enter, gentlemen, enter. I'm Hugh Forrester. How can I be of use to you on this beautiful day? This exuberant greeting comes from an almost entirely bald man in his 40s. You came for the marvelous cryptograph from Eureka, didn't you? Actually, yes, it's the object of our visit. We have here a coded message from the newspaper, and we were wondering if this machine could decipher it. Of course, let me see your message. However, I need to remind you that the point of the Eureka cryptograph isn't to decrypt other people's messages, but to guarantee your secrets. It can't decrypt messages which haven't been encoded with a similar machine. We show Mr. Forrester our coded message. His head bobs left to right as he goes over our message. Oh, that's what I thought, he says as he hands the paper back to Wiggins. It's not a Eureka cryptogram. I'm sorry, our machine can't decrypt it. Okay, thank you for having taken the time to help us, he says. All right, well, that was fun. I think as a little meta-analysis, that's our little hint to let us know that we're on the right track, that it is an encrypted message, though. All right, so let's see if we can figure this out ourselves. If it's a Caesar cipher, you might imagine that these two-letter words are going to be of, in, something like that. So let's see if the T went to an or on. So it seems like O would be a good first guess for what that T maps to. Let's see if T maps to O, then then B would be W. That doesn't work. Okay. What if the T maps to an I or in? Do we get BQ? That doesn't work. Could be T goes to A for N. Then B goes to I. That doesn't work. Those were our easy ones. So those were our easy possibilities if it was a Caesar cipher. Is there any other two-letter words? Anna says, what about go? So if our T goes to a G, what does our B goes to? Oh, okay, go. And then D would go to Q, though. QO, so that doesn't work if it's a Caesar cipher. So are there any other two-letter words? There's an AP. Wow, so many two-letter words. It's a little unusual. You might also think that the two-letter word could be MP, or mention someone's name like Major Banks, but we don't have a long enough record for that. What about this? Could this be HOLMES for Holmes? Two words here. Something, something. But I don't think this is likely to be a Caesar cipher anymore, because I don't see a way that our two-letter words make sense. It could just be a generic cipher. Wouldn't be surprised if one of these was Holmes. Doctor is another thing that's being suggested. Let's see. T goes to D. This is our attempt to do the easy way first. D, L, no, that doesn't work. Okay, I think Ideal says Doctor fits with the second and fifth letters being the same. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but I don't see a Caesar cipher working here, which means it could very well just be a generic substitution cipher, which would require a little more effort on our part, and I think probably best saved for later, if so. And if I was going to attack it as a general substitution cipher, I might guess that one of these was making a message to Holmes, but or one of our people's names. Okay. We're going to have to come back to this. I don't think we're quite ready for it yet. All right, let's proceed with trying to look into the life of Wilfred Major Banks and who saw him last and whether he was killed. We can find he was killed and we can figure out why. We might know why our guy was killed trying to expose it. So I think I'd like to talk to the guy who saw him last, Marvin Tobias. I believe that was the name we're given. Let's see if we can find this person. Here's Marvin Tobias, 24W3. Sometimes when we play these games, what we'll do is we'll go and look up the people first so that we don't forget. So 24WC is Marvin Tobias. And while we're here, let's look up these other people. The secretary is Vincent Shelby. Vincent Shelby is 67 Northwest. Okay. Nancy Callison. '85 EC. I know there are people here working on this code. Once you start working on a code, it can be hard to let go of it. I would encourage you, however, to put it off for a moment. We'll come back to it. And if you spend a half an hour on your own working on it, then you're missing out on what we're doing here, and we're missing out on getting a fair chance to work on it as well. So I encourage you not to try to work on the code until we shift to it, which we are going to shift to it, so you will have time. Okay, so there are the addresses of these people. Let's proceed. All right, so I think we talked to the guy who was last seen with him, 24WC, Matthew Tobias. Let's see what he's got to say for himself. Why is it so hard to find WC neighborhood? Okay. Marvin Tobias is a small man, barely taller than 5 foot, and who probably doesn't weigh more than 100 pounds. A port wine stain covers his right cheek and spreads down to his neck under his shirt. What does that mean? He's still got a wine spill on his mouth? What? I don't understand. He wears thick glasses framed in gold, which seem to make his eyes bulge out of his face. "What can I do for you?" he asks as we sit down in his study. "We're investigating the death of Sir Wilfrid Major of Banks," says Wiggins. "An investigation into his death? Why, I thought he died of a heart attack." "What makes you believe it was a heart attack?" "He complained of chest pain during dinner on Wednesday, and he continued when we went to his apartment for a drink. I should have stayed with him or insisted that he call a doctor. He might still be alive." "You've known each other for a long time." For many years. I worked for the government in the printing services." "You were good friends then?" "Of course." "And where did you eat last Wednesday?" "At the Carlton Club." Now, gentlemen, if you have no more questions, my work awaits me. Of course, thanks for seeing me. He works for the government in printing services. Is this going to be money? Okay, and the channel is telling me this weird statement about port wine stain is birthmark. That makes more sense. It's clear he's not, he wouldn't have actual wine spilt on his cheek. So birthmark. Is that significant for us? Only to the extent that he would be easy to recognize by a witness. Okay, printing services, though. I'm a little curious about whether they're talking about, like, what is that? What does that mean? Is he involved with Treasury? Because we're told Wilfred Majorbanks was involved with the money government and was in line for Treasury. Okay, and then we're also told that where they ate, Carlton Club, the night before he died. And this guy says he was already complaining about chest pain at dinner. Well, if this is true, then we're not unlikely to find any poison in his drink. Okay, 24WC, let's mark that, and then let's also look up the Carlton Club, because it seems like we might want to ask if any witnesses noticed anything odd about that dinner. Were they fighting, etc.? So let's look up Carlton Club. Carlton Club. It should be C-A-R-L-E. Carlton Club 7 Southwest. Let's do that while we're here. Last person to see him alive, we obviously would want to track down his alibis and see, he would be our prime suspect here. Mr. Ivers, manager of personnel at the Carlton, carefully leads us into a small room so that no one sees us. It's clear he does not want his upper-class clients to notice our presence in this bastion of conservative politics. I'm sorry for receiving you under these conditions, Ivers tells us, but only club members are allowed in the main room. They can't even bring guests. What can I do for you? We're investigating the death of Sir Wilfred Majorbanks. He dined here the day before his death. That is true. It was Wednesday night. He was dining with Mr. Tobias. Did they often dine together? No, usually Sir Wilfred dines with Saunders Group. Saunders Group? Repeats Wiggins. Yes. Sir James Saunders is the leader of a group of members of Parliament who support Balfour and are demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Salisbury to the profit of his nephew. It's the cause of great dissension among the group. I'm sorry, interrupts Wiggins. I'm not really aware of political matters. I'm sorry. You see, the Carlton is politics. Politics around a table. I sometimes forget there's a world outside these walls that isn't interested in each vote of Parliament. Tobias and Majorbanks have politically little in common, but I believe there was a political reason to their meeting. Were they friends? I wouldn't be able to say. These are gentlemen. One can never know about the friendships of a gentleman. Do you have any idea about the reason the two men had to meet? From experience, I know that waiters are often invisible to the eyes of the ruling class, and they sometimes hear some of the most remarkable conversations. An understanding smile breaks out on Ivers' face, showing that Wiggins is right. That is totally true, Mr. Wiggins. He says, I have heard many secrets, I can tell you. Ivers gets up from his chair and leaves the room for a minute. Wiggins lights a cigarette and draws a few puffs in the meantime. Ivers comes back with a young boy following him. Here's Nick. He's the one who was waiting on Sir Wilfrid's table last Wednesday. I told him what you were expecting of him. I didn't really pay attention to what was being said at the table, but I could see that Sir Wilfrid was angry, and Mr. Tobias was nervous and asking, almost begging Sir Wilfrid to give him more time. Time for what? I don't know. Mr. Tobias didn't even touch his plate. He just kept busy cutting his meat into smaller and smaller pieces. Sir Wilfrid seemed to lead the conversation. His tone was severe, like a teacher's. That's about it. Did they leave together? Yes. Did they speak to anyone else? Not to my knowledge. Thank you, Nick. I think we'll leave you. Wiggins leaves the office. Thank you for your help, he says to Mr. Ivers before stepping out into the street. Working here must have made you an ardent conservative. Quite the contrary, Mr. Wiggins. The more time you spend working here, the more a socialist you become. All right, so we've got our first inkling now that there's some real conflict between Tobias and Wilfrid involving some political matter. Wilfrid's angry, Tobias is nervous. So we are now suspicious of Tobias. No outright lies, just problematic. Okay, and then we're also told about the Saunders group. James Saunders is Wilfrid's normal friend group. So maybe we talk to them. Let's look up Saunders and see if we can find him. It does seem like we're going to have to familiarize ourselves with the politics of Balfour and what's going on here. But this could be a very high political fight. But what does our guy have on him? So James Saunders is 39 Northwest. All right, let's follow up on this political angle, 39 Northwest. Do we need to mark the club? 7 Southwest? Probably not, because it's not. We tend to mark on the map any place that could be like near, if you wanted to know who was near the crime. But if it's a restaurant that they're just dining at, that doesn't seem... Okay, let's talk to Saunders. Let's see if we can't get a better picture of the politics going on here. Of course, I know the nature of Sir Wilfrid's work, Sir James Saunders tells us, the counterfeiting of government bonds. We were talking about that the day before his death. He was telling me that he was a hair away from finding the identity of the persons implicated. It's really sad he's dead. He was an admirable man. I'll miss him. Sir James is a short and stout man with a balding head and a round belly, far from the idealized image of a knight of Bath. He agreed to see us despite his extremely busy schedule. Did he tell you who he suspected? Asks Wiggins. He told me about someone attached to the government printing services. I've already had a word about it to the Minister of the Interior. I think you'll be able to track down the culprit. I've noticed Sir Wilfrid had dined with Tobias from the printing service on the night of his death. You should go talk to him. Do you know Tobias well? Yes. Do you think he might be behind the whole counterfeiting case? No, I don't think so. We were at Harrow together, and he's a member of the Carlton. No, I don't think it could be him. If you want to know what I think, he was working with Sir Wilfrid. A worried look forms his face. You don't think it could be Tobias, do you? I don't know, sir. Very well, then You'll have learned more. When you've learned more, keep me informed. Well, this is pretty huge. Have we got our first big break on understanding what happened to Sir Wilfrid? It's a counterfeiting government bonds by an unknown person in the printing department of the government, which Tobias is, but this guy says it's probably not. He doesn't think it's Tobias. But Tobias is obviously nervous about something, but perhaps he's just nervous because Wilfred's going to expose someone in his department and bring some disrepute to the department and get him fired. Can we look up the government printing office? Printing service about printing money. I think that's right. They're involved in printing government bonds, and if you could counterfeit them because you worked in the printing service, that's it. Let's see what we've got here. Aha! Look at this. Government offices, printing office. Well, let's make a trip down to the printing office. 95 Southwest and see what they have to say to themselves. Say for themselves? 95 Southwest. Okay, this is interesting. Are we going to find Tobias here? "95 Southwest, there is no entry." That's a surprise. Did I write that down right? Printing office, 95 Southwest. Okay, well, there's no entry for that. A little surprising, but I guess we've talked to Tobias. So we don't need to talk to the printing office. Maybe Jonathan can check if that's in the original. Okay, counterfeiting, Balfour, politics. Is he going to expose someone? Has he found who it is? And he's going to expose them. Counterfeiting, huh? No articles of counterfeiting in the paper. We've got lots more leads to trace down. We can start talking to the other people who were around Sir Wilfrid. Maybe they heard him say something. We could go to our criminologist. Okay, where should we go next then? Should we check our criminologist and see if he was poisoned? That seems like that would be... We went to the nearby restaurant. Okay, let's try our criminologist. And politics. Mycroft, he might know about stuff. Okay, let's try H.R. Murray. Let's try our criminologist. Southwest 22. H.R. Murray scratches his head sparsely covered with wild gray hair. "I have nothing for you today, my friends." Okay, so that was a wash. No criminal, no analysis of the wine. Okay, let's talk to the person who discovered him, the chambermaid, 85 EC, and his other workers. Let's see what they say. Yes, sir, Wilfred was a gentleman of the best sort, we learned from Nancy Callison, the young maid. The young maid must not be much older than 20, and her cheeks have the freshness of youth. She lives with her parents and an undetermined number of younger brothers and sisters. It was one of my regular tasks. I'd come in at 7:30 every morning and get his bath ready. I would never stay long, but the last time he gave me a generous tip. Can you tell us what happened last Thursday? Oh, it was horrible. I arrived at my usual time, and he was there, lying on the ground with that horrible expression on his face, as though he had suffered. Did you notice anything unusual? No, I didn't see anything. I immediately went to fetch Mr. Pelly. And what kind of man was Mr. Marjoribanks? A true gentleman. He never dealt with anything from up high. Have you ever seen him argue or fight? No, sir. But when I was there, he'd often be alone. What can you tell me about his private life? The cheeks of the young lady reddened. Oh, there are things a maid isn't supposed to see, sir. In any case, she should not be talking about them. Your answers will be taken into the utmost confidence, Mrs. Callison. They can no longer harm him, and it might enlighten us as to the circumstance of his death. He had a female friend who spent a few nights with him every week. When she was there, he'd leave me a tip. He never told me why, but I had understood that he wanted me to be discreet. And do you know who that woman was? Yes, sir. It was Luella Carnes. The singer? Asked Williams. Yes. I admire her so much. I go to the pavilion as often as I can to see her. This thought seems to put the young lady in a good mood. No other woman in his life. That's all I know of it, she answers. Okay, well, we've got another person here. A girlfriend, a singer. Luella Carnes. Okay. Lots of people to talk to in this case. Okay, let's look up Luella Carnes. Jonathan says, it's interesting. In the original, Murray does have stuff to talk to you about, but it assumes you've seen another scene and leaks information. Seems like Space Cowboy did try to patch up a bunch of leaks. Okay, interesting. Luella Carnes is 96 EC. So one of the things we see in the evolution of the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective style games is more of an attempt to keep you from stumbling on information you're not ready for. It seems like in the old days, the original sleuth publications, they didn't worry too much about that. If you went to a place you shouldn't have gone to, then you get information you shouldn't have gotten, or maybe they expect you to turn away. It is interesting that they don't seem to worry too much about that. Okay, so we've looked up the girlfriend. She's at 96 EC. I'm going to put her on the map. 96 EC, the singer. Where does she live? And in fact, I just remembered something we might want to write down. 96 EC. She's all the way over there. So before I move along, though, 85 EC. We don't want to forget that she performs at the pavilion. So if we can't find her at home, we could try the pavilion. I'm just going to look that up for completion's sake here. Pavilion Music Hall is 20 Northwest. How are our cubes working today? They seem to be working pretty well. I'll remind you, we used to play these games and just try to avoid reading stuff that was nearby. Then I saw Paul Grogan, I think it was Paul Grogan, use pieces of paper to slide and cover the stuff you weren't reading. And if you watch some of our early playthroughs of these games, I used that. And then I took a couple weeks and wrote this plugin to work with these cubes. And it now helps us avoid, it helps put the text big, and it helps us avoid reading stuff we shouldn't. Okay, let's talk to the girlfriend. Anna says, I guess Anna was anticipating what I did about checking the pavilion. Okay, you want to go straight to the pavilion first. Okay, let's go to 20 Northwest. Let's go to the pavilion, and then we can check her at home if we wanted to. Okay, Wiggins is on the point of knocking on the door of Miss Luella Carnes' dressing room when a loud noise is heard from within, immediately followed by the shrill shout of a feminine voice. Get out of here right now! The dressing room door bursts open and a man in evening wear leaves running. But Lupe, let me explain. Before the man can finish his sentence, a vase grazes his head, knocking his stovepipe hat off and ends up crashing against the wall behind him. The vase explodes like a bomb, spilling flowers, water, and pieces of broken glass onto the floor. The man picks up his hat, attempts to start his sentence over again, but ends up fleeing down the corridor before disappearing. We follow Wiggins, who steps over the debris which covers the dressing room floor. Indeed, the remnants of another vase transformed into a missile, which was probably the origin of the noise we heard, litter the floor. Miss Carnes? Wiggins takes a hesitant and deference-filled voice in order to avoid being the target of the next vase. Could I speak with you for a moment? The woman has her back turned to us. She's sitting in front of a makeup table overlooked by a large mirror. She's wearing a red bathrobe of brilliant silk with brocaded blue flowers. What is this about? She turns on her stool to face us. Her beautiful alabaster face is framed by jet black hair, which emphasizes the anger flowing from her large dark eyes. Who are you? She asks. We're investigating the death of Sir Wilfrid Majoribanks, declares Wiggins. Willie? Willie? Why investigate? He died of a heart attack, didn't he? She returns to facing her mirror and starts to put on makeup. There are still questions in need of answers. And what makes you think that I know the answers? She applies a rouge to her lips as brilliant as her robe. Well, it seems you are a friend. A close friend. Lovers is what you mean. She seems amused and lets out a small laugh. Oh, it's true, but I assure you that I didn't cause his heart attack. It almost happened to others, but not to him. She laughs again. You don't seem to be very affected, Wiggins speaks with his most humble voice, but Miss Carnes gets annoyed at him. Listen, Mr. Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins, I don't know for what reason you believe I need to share my life with you, and I don't care to know. My reaction to Willie's death is in no way your business. Now, I'd greatly appreciate it if you and your friends left this room. And we beat a hasty retreat. Okay. didn't really give us any information here, did she? Only she doesn't care too much about him. It doesn't seem like she's involved in any way, though. Let me just check at her home, just out of curiosity. What happens? The only information we get from Miss Carnes' lodger is that the singer is currently at the Pavilion Music Hall. Okay. Okay, so we visited Nancy and we visited Marvin Tobias. I guess we might as well check off these other two people on our list. Let's talk to the secretary. Maybe the secretary knows something about this investigation. Tobias? A friend of Sir Wilfrid's? I don't think so, no. Vincent Shelby shakes his head negatively as he answers Wiggins' question. I don't know why they would have dined together, but that would be a first. I'm the one in charge of making his appointments. Could it be political? Everything Sir Wilfrid did was political. And what is Tobias's role? Well, he's in charge of a department in the government, something in the printing services, I believe. And was he under Major Bank's responsibility? No. Sir Wilfrid's domain of expertise was banking affairs, Bank of England, banking practices, that sort of thing. Recently, he had been interested in fraud in government bonds. Not only took care of his schedule and of his routine correspondence, so that he could spend more time on his more important activities. I wasn't aware of his political or financial affairs. I see. So this guy's his personal secretary. Okay, so he's just saying Tobias is not his friend. More suspicious of Tobias, but that doesn't really help us. Okay, now let's try his domestic 29 EC. Maybe we can learn what a domestic does. Yes, sir. Sir Wilfrid regularly called upon my services. I assist him and Mr. Mulholland over the course of the morning. When the Duchess is in town, I perform various tasks for her during the course of the day, and in the evening I perform small services left and right. Matthew Bryant is a discreet man near his 30s. His chestnut eyes reflect his intelligence and his kindness. What happened on the morning when the body was discovered? I don't know anything about that, sir. When I arrived, the doctors and the police were already there. I wasn't allowed to go in. Did anything unusual happen on Wednesday morning? No, sir. Wilfrid had his habits. He'd get up every morning at 7:30. He'd get clean, dressed, and then would take his breakfast at 8:30. 1 egg, 2 pieces of toast without butter and tea. He never had meat in the morning. At 9 o'clock sharp, his personal secretary would arrive, and they'd both work until 11:30, then leave for Parliament. I would leave upon Mr. Shelby's arrival. That morning he asked me to get his evening wear ready, as he was dining at the club. I set everything up, then left. It's the last time I saw Sir Wilfrid. Well, very little information here. However, we are told that Wilfrid has a very regular schedule. Does that help us? Like, do we know who he would have met that evening? Who does he normally see that evening? I just want to remind myself when we think he's... Dead yesterday, found dead Thursday morning. So it's Wednesday night. Wednesday night, we think around 11 p.m. to midnight was when he died. Do we know anything about his Wednesday schedules? They went to the club. They came home. They had drinks. Tobias says he left. I'm just trying to think, like the woman he dated, when the last time she saw him was. Let me just look at her again, just to rule her out. '20 Northwest. I just want to check again if she tells us. She's a close friend. Not really. And then probably I should have been paying a little bit more attention to the people telling us about his schedule. I just want to. Okay. Well, we've talked to all of Wilfred Major Bank's people. Certainly, Tobias stands out as being very suspicious. We know Wilfred was trying to find someone involved in government fraud or counterfeiting of bonds. Thursday. And it says, maid said he met her 3 times a week, maybe Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We still don't know who the man was on Sherlock's doorstep. That's right. But I was interested, if he's got such a regular schedule, I do want to nail down if, does the secretary say when she says he did have a female friend? Do you know who the woman was? Luella Carnes. I go to the pavilion as often as I can to see her. He'd leave me a tip, and he spent a few nights with him every week. Let's see, I come in at 7:30 every morning. I would never stay long. The last time he gave me a general tip. Last Thursday. Come in at 7:30 every morning. I would never stay long, but the last time he gave me a tip. And then she says that he gave her a tip to keep quiet about the woman. When she was there, he'd leave me a tip. So maybe she's suggesting that the lady came the last time he gave me a generous tip. I'm trying to think, does that mean that the last time she came was Wednesday morning, meaning the lady had slept over Tuesday night, so she wouldn't be there Thursday night? Okay, so I don't think that helps us suspect the woman. All right. Any more theories about where you want to go? Anna says this could be a Moriarty thing. Counterfeiting of bonds. Cipher could also be Moriarty. We could try the toy shop. Well, the toy shop's a good idea because Porlock's toy shop is not just about toys. It's also about secret messages. So if we look at what Porlock is about, where is the Porlock's toy store? Is it not in this list? Is Porlock not on this list? I wonder if this is one of the ones that is not in Space Cowboys. Originally, we told that this is how Mycroft talks, and he often deals with encrypted messages, so it is a little odd. I didn't remember that Porlock's toy store is not in the Space Cowboys list. Well, let's try this. Let's see. That would suggest that we probably are not going to see it in here, but let's see if we do. Parsons & Sons toy store has been closed for quite some time. A florist now occupies the storefront. Okay, so for some reason it's not part of this canon, this lore here. Okay, well, I mean, we've still got more people to check out, but not that many more. Who do we have left? Maybe we can talk to, whoops. I mean, it wouldn't be a crazy idea to talk to Mycroft about government, politics, and secret messages. So maybe we'll pay Mycroft a visit. Jonathan says Porlock's is in the original. That's interesting. Does it have information in it, Jonathan? It's a real entry that's got some information. Maybe they moved it to Mycroft. Let's visit Mycroft at 8 Southwest, then we'll take a little break. Let's see. Mycroft is a good one to talk to because he's involved in politics and he knows about lots of little stuff and secrecy and spies, so he might know about this. Before speaking to us, Mycroft adjusts his body into a more comfortable position in his red leather stuffed armchair, adapted to a man of his stature. Once his cigar is lit, he answers Wiggins' first question. Sir Wilfrid Marjoribanks was an honest man. Wiggins, honest, hard-working, and intelligent. We'll greatly miss him. Do you know what his work was about? Well, he was a member of Parliament. He must be juggling more topics than a Chinese acrobat juggles balls. He mainly took care of the supervision of the government, financial matters, banking matters mostly. His family made a fortune thanks to the banks. He was expected to be the next treasurer upon Sir James Walter's retirement next month. This is not an ordinary victim, Wiggins. Are you sure he was assassinated? That's what we're trying to discover. Well, keep me appraised, says Mycroft while getting up from his seat, but remember that there's not necessarily a worm under every rock. All right, well, he does mention someone new that could give us a little more insight. Sir James Walter, who's the current treasurer, who's going to be retiring, and who we think major banks might be taking over for. I said we are going to take a break, but let's just follow this last lead down. Okay, let's see. Sir James Walter. Sir James Walter is 41 Southwest. No entry. All right, time for another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So it's enjoyable to be at these little points where you're sort of at a dead end and you're not sure where to proceed. I mean, we do have plenty more options, more informants, but it is kind of fun to have run out the threads we know about and have to think more deeply about what's going on here and how to pursue it. We do have the code in the paper. Is it time to return to that? We're told Sir Wilfrid is all about bank. I do notice that in the paper there is a whole section here about irregularities in the banks of the continent. Discovery of astronomical expenses undertaken by the banks. Gold reserve isn't enough to cover it. French banking system has been shocked about possible bankruptcy. Well, if we were treating this as a generic substitution cipher, we would be looking for the most common letters and trying to swap them in with perhaps the letter E or A. I do see lots of Ks. I don't see, and lots of I's, but maybe less than you would expect. It really feels like those two-letter words would be key. Did we tried the go-to, that didn't work. So TB and DB doesn't work. Message for a friend. This is on Monday, so he's already been killed. So these aren't instructions to kill, and there's no such... I know what we should do. If we think this is an encrypted message placed, maybe we should head over to the Times and talk to Langdale Pike. That's what Anna was saying. Langdale Pike works at... No, who's our person at the Times? Henry Ellis. Let's try Henry Ellis. I think maybe we should check out and see if they know who put this paper in, this article. And so let's see Henry Ellis first, and then maybe generic entry for the Times. 30 EC. Boy, that's weird. Okay, and that's giving away something. Let's try not to pay attention to it. 30 EC, Mr. Ellis isn't here today. How about, let me just see if we can go to generic times of London. Generic times of London is 30 EC, so there's that. Anna wants to go to Langdale Pike, who's our social columnist, rumors. Okay, well, let's just go to that. I must say, Wiggins, that most of my writings are addressed to, oh, how can I put it, groups with trivial activities. They like to read what concerns them, news of their world. William Telbin was not part of these groups, which means I don't know him very well. Okay, we don't know who William Telbin is. Okay, so this is a leaked information. It doesn't expect us to be there yet. I can see there's some bugs in this case where you visit people and you're not supposed to, we're not supposed to go there yet. All right, let's just put it on our to-do list. To Southwest Langdale. Okay, it's assuming that we were going there with a specific reason to go there. And it did seem it was related to our other case. I feel like we have to have a better reason to go there, though. Well, let's try to do it properly. Instead of doing our side case, let's try visiting Lestrade at Scotland Yard. Let's see if he knows something about that. He might even know a little bit about the escapee. Maybe we can get put onto that track honestly, rather than just randomly. Wiggins, if you come here to bother me with questions about the man found on Holmes's front doorstep this morning, I have nothing to tell you. We're still working on it. Lestrade turns to a mustachioed policeman who just entered the room. Sergeant, was that Stryker arrested for murder? Yes, sir. He's cooling off in a cell at Newgate. Good work. Remember we read about that article. Someone reached in and shot the owner during the strike. Turning back to us, a smile on his lips, Lestrade declares, there are still cases we can solve without the help of Sherlock Holmes. What case is that, Inspector? Telbin's murder near the pastry shop last Saturday. After having interrogated this witness at length, we were able to identify the culprit and put him behind bars. Inspector, we've just received another telegram from the Spanish authorities. They'd like to know if we have more information about Rodolfo Leopis. Tell them we're doing what we can, but no trace of him has been found in London. We will communicate any new information to them if that were to change. Lestrade turns to Wiggins again. What else do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? What can you tell us about the incident at Bethlehem Asylum last week? It's not an incident per se. Telbin's stepson, Irving Novak, was a patient of the asylum. From what I understand, he took a vacation without being allowed to. But since he wasn't a suspect in Telbin's murder, we weren't interested in him. Okay, so this is what we needed. This is the little pieces of the puzzle that we keep stumbling onto by accident. We've got the murder of Telbin. He's the business owner that the strikers reached in with a revolver, shot him through his window. Okay. Near the pastry shop last Saturday. And we can go check that article again. That's Telbin. And now they've made an arrest. And the arrest is the person, he's at Newgate. So the arrestee is at Newgate Prison. Okay. They interrogated witnesses. They identified him. They put him in jail. And now we've got also mention of Rodolfo Leopis, who I think may be in one of our papers. Someone missing. Is it going to be an assassin? Let's find out. And Lestrade says, we can't find him. If we find him, we'll tell the Spaniards. Then, thirdly, he tells us that the escapee from Bethlehem was actually related to Telbin. Irving Novak, who is Telbin's stepson. Is it possible that that is our 221B Baker Street guy? We're sort of thinking it is, but why? How is that connected to... How is Telbin's stepson connected to Wilfred? Very interesting, strange. Are all these cases now connected? All right, let's see if we can't find Rodolfo Leopis, though. Was that the person that... Here? What is this about? This is a side case. The Spanish are interested in more bank stories, though. That is intriguing. Troubles reported in the pages of the Credit Central de Paris and the Nuevo Banco de Medier are due to a Machiavellian plan conceived of and executed by a continental underworld organization. This plan of international reach, which consists of looting the gold reserves of the banks, has come from the mind of Rodolfo Leopis, a Spanish criminal who is wanted by the police on both sides of the channel. Leopis has a thick police file in Spain and is known to be an acquaintance of other criminals in Europe, notably in France. The Spanish authorities believe that Leopis has left the country, but have given no clarification as to the possible location. The French authorities are also searching for him and have announced their desire to extradite him if he's ever captured. So more tied to banking stuff. Is this guy connected in our case? Anna says an unidentified dead body could be Novak, the asylum escapee. Yes, we're absolutely considering that possibility. We are absolutely considering that this is all about banking. Okay, now let's return to this for a second. Remember, one of the ways you attack encrypted messages is known plaintext. And I'm just trying to see if we've got this interesting article about Rodolfo Leopis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 letters and 6 letters. I'm just trying to think, do we have any 7 and 6s? Not really. All right, so that's not that. And let's look at our paper about Telbin. Where was that article about that one? Was it in today's paper? What's this one by Tobias of Scotland Yard that we just skimmed through again. Prisoner in Spanish jail. This con, let me just read this again. It's Tobias. What is he writing about? Bring attention to the public. Miscreants who live off the duplicity are active these days. He says, generally a question of a prisoner held in Spanish jail, sometimes with a young orphan girl. There's always an important sum or treasure buried somewhere in this country. He's just talking about general scams. They need where the person needs money to finalize it. Okay, fine. Where is our... Okay, let's look at these a little closely. Here's our escaped Bethlehem guy, whom we now know. Okay, Irving Novak, we now know is the stepson of Telbin. Calm, slim, brown hair. White clothes of the asylum. Lambeth Road Police Station. Okay, did we write down that Lambeth Road is 53 Southeast? And then we also have Bethlehem Asylum, if we want to follow up on him. But now, what else? Accident in Wellingborough line. 5 victims. That doesn't look related. Where was our... There it is. Murder of an industrialist during a worker protest. Saturday during the worker protest in front of Novak Adams and Company Bakery. Okay, so there's the bakery. We could talk to witnesses. William Telbin, manager of the largest bakery, was killed. Subject of strikes. He tried to get in a cab. Man with gray hair put a revolver in and shot the occupant. Telbin died on the spot. Albert Finch is our suspect who's at Northgate. Doesn't seem related to our case at all. Marriage with Arabella Novak, the widow of one of the founders. Huh. This is one of these fun moments where we've got all these different little cases, and it's not clear at all how they line up. Okay. So we chase down the Wilfred. We chase down the Major Banks connection. Now we have reason to chase down Irving Novak. We might go back to the autopsy, but before we do that, maybe Anna wants to go to the asylum. Okay, so we're going to go to the asylum, but first let me look up Arabella Novak, see if we can talk to Irving's mother, see if she has any insight. Let's see. What have we got here? So there's the company, Novak Adams and Company, and there's Irving, the guy who was escaped from the asylum. So let's try 31 Southwest and 70 Northwest. These are the Novaks. Then we'll try the Asylum. 31 Southwest. Armin Adams meets us in the conference room at Novak Adams and Company, London's largest bakery. Adams is broad-shouldered and reminds us more of a laborer than a businessman. Adams's meat pies are in all pubs from Plymouth to Glasgow, and there's a Novak and Adams bakery in every large city. The smell of warm biscuits fill the room, coming from the platter located in the middle of the table around which we're sitting. Directly, Sir Adams tells us, "I have been told you were investigating William's death." "Yes, sir. We're given to understand it happened right next to your manufacturing plant." "Yes, in the street," Adams observes, "the street from a large window overlooking Vauxhall Bridge Road. He seems almost unaware of our presence." "The police think his death is linked to the worker problems at the factory. What do you think?" continues Wiggins. Adams doesn't answer immediately, despite having heard Wiggins' question. He finally turns his back on the window. "In these modern times, the British workers have benefited from great advances. Of course, the workers and the management will always have their differences, but I know my workers, and they're all proud to belong to my company. Unless given irrefutable proof otherwise, I refuse to believe one of our men is capable of murder." Wiggins' voice softens for his next question. "Can you tell us how he was killed?" "Well, there's not much to tell. As you apparently know, we're in the middle of negotiations with our workforce, and protests have been held. There was one Saturday afternoon. William wasn't as inclined as I was to listen to the workers. He had no patience. He left the factory when the protests began to break up. I suggested that he should use the back exit, which would be more diplomatic, but he didn't see it that way. He left via the main exit directly to his private carriage. He probably told his driver to go through the crowd." Adams shakes his head, once again lost in his thoughts. He quickly continues. "A man, about which all is known is that he had gray hair, rushed the car and shot at William before melting away into the crowd. That's all I know. William died only moments later." Okay, so he does not think it was union strike related. Here's Irving Novak's residence. No one answers the door when we knock on Irving Novak's apartment door. Wiggins turns the handle and the door isn't locked. Accepting this implicit invitation, we enter the apartment. The rooms are large and well furnished. All of the curtains are closed and the room is cold and damp, as if it hadn't been used in a while, because he's in the asylum. "Come see this," shouts Wiggins from the bedroom. He holds in his hands a pair of trousers and a white shirt. The sort of clothes one would wear in an asylum. It was there. "And look at that," says Wiggins, while pointing at the immense portrait of a young lady ornamenting the top of the fireplace. Her golden frame is covered by a black crepe veil. "It looks like the same woman as in the drawings at the asylum." Okay, more leaked information, more information that we shouldn't have yet. "Other images, pictures, or drawings of the same woman are scattered throughout the apartment. There are no traces of Novak's presence." Okay, well, we're going to visit the asylum now. We've done it in the wrong order, but we already knew he was from the asylum, this guy, so we really nothing to worry about. But he's got pictures of his mother, perhaps. Okay, Bethlehem Asylum. What have we got here? What are we looking for? We could look up B. I just thought maybe it would be nice to know what section the asylum would be in. Is it in government offices? No. I can't remember. Hospitals. Not in hospitals. What is Bethlehem Asylum filed under? I see something here. Remember he recognized the tobacco as Dunhill's? Looks like we could visit Dunhill. Let me put that on our to-do list so we don't forget. All right, now I don't see where the asylum is. I'm sure it's filed under here somewhere, but let's just look it up by name then. Okay, let's see if we can find Bethlehem Asylum. Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, 28 Southeast. I mean, presumably we're just going to learn about our guy. He changed clothing, so looks like we got a long entry here. Okay. Let's settle in here. A nurse opens the door for us. This way, Dr. Pretorius will see you now. We follow the man down several corridors. I'm called O'Rourke. You're here about the incidents we've had recently? Yes, we'd like more details. Well, we're a bit overwhelmed here at the moment. On top of that, Johnny hasn't shown up these past few days. We're under pressure. When did you last see him? Friday morning. He was on the night shift when the trouble started. What trouble? One of the detainees, Irving Novak, broke out, and another, John Smith, died. What's the link between Johnny and these events? None, as far as I know. Johnny Dumont works in reception. He wasn't here during the breakout and only heard about it when it was discovered. But he went with the body to St. Bart's morgue. Why? Well, Dr. Imhoff asked Hanley for someone to help the driver. As Johnny was ending his shift, Hanley picked him. And who's Hanley? Angus Hanley. He's in charge of the night shift. Oh, we're getting a lot of names in this case. Okay, so it's not just Irving Novak that escaped. John Smith died. And then we've got a Johnny Dumont is a worker who is missing. Okay. But now we're continuing here. Can you show us where the body was found? Of course, if that will help you. We follow O'Rourke down the main corridor. We soon reach the end of the corridor and find ourselves facing a solid wooden double door. O'Rourke removes an enormous keyring from his belt and opens the door. After our passage, he closes it. These are private cells for our more strongly touched patients. We're in a corridor pierced with windows on the right wall. The left wall contains 5 identical doors, each with a small opening at head's height. Tell us what happened. Well, Chester Charlie was on watch. His office, well, really the guard room, is at the end of the corridor. He makes his rounds for half an hour every hour, on the hour, starting with these rooms. Then he'd come back to his office. It's when he came back from his 2 o'clock round that Carly saw something suspicious. He noticed glass on the ground. As he was leaning over to examine it, he was knocked out. 20 minutes later, when he regained his senses, his keys had disappeared and 2 doors were open. Irving Novak's room was empty, and John Smith's body was in the other room. It was a mess. He had visibly struggled. And you think Novak killed Smith? I think so. He found a way to leave his room and attack Chester. He must have tried to get Smith to go with him so that he couldn't tell what had happened. When he didn't want to go, Novak killed him. O'Rourke looks at Wiggins nervously. I should bring you to see Pretorius now. He'll start wondering what's keeping us. I'd like to take a look at the rooms first, says Wiggins. As he heads to the first door, O'Rourke doesn't look very comfortable, but silently agrees. Okay, let me understand what his theory is here. The guard notices glass at 2 o'clock. He's knocked out. Okay, fine. But then his keys had disappeared. 2 doors are open. So no one knocks him out, takes his keys. They used the keys to open 2 doors, one to Irving Novak's room and one to John Smith's room. But John Smith has been killed, and he struggled. Then we asked this guy, do you think Irving killed Smith? And he says, yes, he found a way to leave his room and attack Chester, attack the guard. He must have tried to get Smith to go with him so that he couldn't tell what had happened. Oh, okay, I get it. He's saying that he tried to get Smith saw him attack the guard. This is this guy's theory. And so he tried to either get Smith to leave with him so he wouldn't tell that he wouldn't say that he saw Irving attack the guard. And then when he wouldn't, he decided he'd kill him. But I don't see how that really protects him. I mean, they're going to assume that he was the one who did it, if this theory is right. But maybe this theory isn't right. Maybe there's a third person who's breaking him out, and then they kill Smith because he's a witness. I like that idea much better. And this seems to be what Marco is thinking as well, a third person. And Anna agrees. Novak didn't agree with the guard. Okay, so we're all in agreement that it's much more consistent with the third person attacking the guard, taking the keys, and then killing Smith because he witnessed it. And that makes sense, that you have to kill the witness who saw this third man, who could even be this other worker, Johnny. Right? But now, why is all this happening? We still don't know. Okay, so Wiggins walks over to the first room. Who was in this one? Smith. Wiggins enters the small, sparsely furnished room. A bed mat is standing against the back wall with covers rolled in a ball underneath. On the left wall is a small desk and an oak armoire. On the right side, an old set of shelves, a square table, 2 chairs sit in the middle of the room under a gas lamp. Finally, a sink is set in the corner. The body was found near the bed, says O'Rourke from the corridor. I don't see any traces of blood, says Wiggins as he examines the ground and the bed with his magnifying glass. No, weird, huh? I don't know how he died. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the coroner and hear more about him. Anna says, no, I meant Novak didn't attack Chester. So Anna thinks Chester faked it. Okay, that's certainly possible. Okay, so he says, I don't know how he died. Now, there are no clothes on the shelves. Wiggins opens the armoire. It's empty. He's about to close it when he spots a small black leather briefcase in a dark corner. It has a label from the Kennard Company and is closed. Wiggins quickly checks its contents. Passports under the name of Rodolfo Leopis and Jose Luis Fuentes and bearer bonds. There's a fortune in there. So, wow, we've got our connection now to Rodolfo Leopes, the Spanish bank embezzler, international criminal. And this is all in Smith's cell. And then he says, look, there's also a scrap of paper. And look what it is. November 10. And there's the message. Sorry, September 10. Oh, it's a different message. It's not our paper. It's another encrypted message. Interesting. Why is the 10 circled? Is this a Caesar cipher 10? Let's just quickly look at this. If n was going to shift by 10, it would go to x or backwards. Let's see. Oh, that doesn't make much sense to go x. But what if it was d? dl? That doesn't seem right. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. But probably same code, same person. And now we think it's probably left for him, probably telling when he's going to break out. The same odd pattern where we've got two words by periods. Let me just see. If you were expecting to know when someone was breaking you out, you'd have to provide the date. September 6th. Do you see anything that looks like it could be September? SEPTEMBE? No. SEPTEMBER. So this could be September. That would mean the B is an E. I like that. Is it of September? Of September. Not if that's an F. This would have to be a P. If this was September. SEPTEM. That doesn't work. All right, well, it was a good try. But now look, now we do have a clue. We see that, and then look what else. And this, what is that? I don't know, says Wiggins. It's a pair of wooden rings on which the alphabet is carved. The inner ring pivots on the base of the outer ring. So look what it is. It is a combination of a substitution. It's a substitution cipher, but you can see why we weren't having any good luck with Caesar cipher, because the inner ring is in a custom order. So now we know why we weren't able to solve it with Caesar cipher, but this is all we need to know to solve it now. Probably is a 10 shift using this replacement cipher. So N would shift 10 places, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and would shift to a W, or vice versa. Okay, so I think this is the key for us. I'd be curious to know from Jonathan in the old version whether it's very similar thing. Okay, so now we probably know how to decipher both, and we know they're involved with Rodolfo, and maybe this other person whose name is Jose Luis Fuentes. Okay, this case is getting serious. Okay, now we're still not done yet. So continuing, O'Rourke says, he was Dr. Jackson's patient, says O'Rourke. The same piece of furniture can be found within, but whereas Smith's room seemed empty, Novak's room is full of various objects. An easel holding a canvas is in the middle of the room. Pots of paint cover the table and the shelves. More canvases and brushes are scattered throughout the room. We'd almost believe ourselves to be in a bohemian painter's workshop. Is he doing counterfeiting from here? Wiggins examines the paintings for a few minutes. Look, these paintings all represent the same young lady. There's at least 20 paintings. Wiggins quickly searches the room. He notices a painting decorated with black cloth. It's her. There's writing on the picture, with all my love, Stephanie. There are a few books of romantic poetry. I don't see any clothes. That's normal. Novak wore clothing furnished by the hospital. We really need to go see Pretorius now. O'Rourke brings us back along several corridors to Dr. Pretorius's office. Our meeting with him is short and allows us to learn very little. All right, so Novak, the escapee, is in love. He doesn't seem like he's involved in any of this criminal stuff. He loves someone named Stephanie. And we don't know her last name, but he's got more paintings of her in his apartment on the outside. He does not seem like he's involved in anything. Anna says, looks like she was a live interest but died. Is that true? She died because of the black? John says they've changed the cipher in Space Cowboys. In the original, you got a substitution cipher without Porlocks, but I also think it was more straightforward substitution cipher. Interesting. Okay. So they completely changed the nature of the cipher. So it looks like Irving is not related to this. I wonder if we're going to find out. Like, it looks like Smith is the one involved with all of this massive crime thing. So how is he dead and Irving not? Do you think that he was just... I wonder if Smith wasn't killed as part of the killing of everyone involved in these financial schemes, and then Irving just escaped on his own. All right, let's see if we can't decode these messages now. Let's see. Let me take a... Let me go to this for a second and get my... Okay. Let's get our decryption tools here. Okay. So since we're not going to cut this out and do anything crazy like that, let's do, what are we going to do? We're going to, I guess this doesn't really help me here, but I'm going to write down, what's the right way to do this actually? Maybe this is a little easier. So if we use these as numbers, I'm just going to write down A, O, E, P, C, T, Q, I, H, J, Q, I, H, J, G, F, K, B, G, F, A, B, R, Y, L, V, R, Y, L, B, L, B. I'm giving these numbers so we can do arithmetic on them. D, V, N, X, D, V, N, X, U, W, M, S, A, U, W, M, S, and then we cycle back to A. This is a U. Okay, so now if this is telling us plus 10 or minus 10, let's see what we can do here. So n is 14, so 24 would be a W. Let's just see if this works. If it goes plus, oh, let's see, am I doing this right? So n goes to B. So if we just went letter to outside letter to inner letter, the n would go to B, and then the V would go to X. Okay. But what we think is it's not just this goes to this, but this shifts by probably this number. So n would go to a B, but if we add 10, that gives us a W. And then V would go 32, which 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, which would be a T. That does not seem right all either. And we go backwards. N 14 would go to a D. We go backwards. V would go to F. Okay, that's still not working. What am I doing wrong here? Is this not a clue about shifting 10? Surely it seems like it. So let me just make sure I got this right. If I shifted this A 10, it would maybe we look it up here. N goes to U. V goes to R. W goes to X. Okay, so then it's got to shift. It's got to shift. If we shift it 10, and then look up N, it would have gone back by 10. So instead of B, it would be a P. Let's try that. And then V back 10 would be an F. Oh. W back 10 would be a G. What? Why is this doesn't feel like it should be this difficult at this point? Am I just confusing myself? N, V, W, M, V, O. N, V, W. Why do I think it shifts 10? Just because of this. Feels like that is relevant. But we should probably be able to do this even if it's arbitrary. The V's probably are E's if you had to guess. How do we turn a V into an E? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't want to turn the N into an E. I want to turn the V into an E. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 7 N V. O E P E T Q I H J G F K B R Y L V D. It's not a V. That's a Z. N X U W M S A. Okay, that's that. What are the ways we can turn an N, and which direction should we use? Going in or out? I never know. Okay, so the N, if we were doing a shift of 10, just to make sure I'm doing this right, the N could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, either to a P or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or to a W. If we're going outside in, we're going inside out, then when we find the N, what on earth, guys? N, and we go instead of to U, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Otherwise, it goes to an E, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or to a K. So there are our possibilities. This is inside out, out, in. And now let's do the next one, maybe. I don't, it's painful to do this manually, but for some reason I'm getting myself lost here. So V, outside in, probably should just make a scan of this and cut it out. Might make our life easier. 1, 8, 9, 10. Or I could just print it and shift it. Goes to T. Well, that can't be right. 9, 10. B goes to F. Both of these seem wrong. Okay, how about outside in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Boy, I don't know why it's so difficult. Let's just look at the 2-letter words. VR. VR. What about OBB? This should be a 3-letter word with last two letters the same. JE. Let me just see here. V. VR is RO or A. V-O. Oh, Jesse, come on. Why is this so ridiculously overcomplicated? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that this should be so difficult. This should be trivial at this point for us to decode this. We know exactly what's happening. We just don't know the possibilities here. So let's do it. If we're going outside in, oh, this is, okay, just relax. I can see it's also the 85 degrees. It's starting to add up. Okay, so if we shift however we want, n goes to B. Okay. So seems like it should be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we shift this way, we get N goes to P, V goes to F, W goes to K. It just doesn't make any sense. But I don't care if it's 10. I'm willing to try them all. But it's got to be K, N, X. No. Next. F, Z. No. G, D. No. J, V. No. H, L. No. I, Y. No. Q, R. No. P, B. No. T, B. No. P, K. No. P, F. No. P, G. F. No. O, J. G, no. AH, no. RUW, B, no. YM, no. LV, no. VS, no. D, A, O, V, no. Z, no. Okay, I'm getting tired of this. This is unpleasant. Okay, let's take a break. Come back in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Struggling with what feels like it should be very simple. I've made an actual physical version of this. It feels like it's not quite aligned with, which is why it's going to be... This is the kind of thing that sends me off the deep end, but okay. There's no reason I should have to do this. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to do this all by adding numbers, but okay. Let's try to use this as an opportunity to learn to not get so frustrated. There's two ways to read it. You could either decode by going outside in, or encode going outside in and decode out inside out. So here's our initial state is A goes to A. So here I reproduced it here. So there's some configuration of this wheel that lets us read inside out or outside in, we don't know. The 10 looks like it's telling us how much to shift. That would be the completely sensible thing. Let's try the 4 different possibilities, first of all. First of all, a shift of 10 clockwise would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So here's a 10 shift clockwise. If we were to read decode outside in, the N goes to an E, the V goes to a G. It doesn't line up right. It's gonna make me crazy. this is what drives me absolutely bonkers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. N goes to an E, V goes to an F, W goes into a K. It doesn't seem like you could get a word out of this. M goes to an O. Maybe we should start with the second word because okay, let's go back now. Let's go counterclockwise. But why would you go counterclockwise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now N would go to a W, V would go to a C, M goes to a U. That doesn't seem to make any sense. So now we go back and we try the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now we're going to try to decode inner ring to outer ring. Remember, I've already done this 2 or 3 times before without the ring. So if we go inner to outer, we get K, and then V, inner to outer, which is a pain, because it goes to H, and W goes to N. Okay, also bad. And now we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that what I did before? N goes to E. E goes to V. V goes to B. W goes to H. I'm going to lose my mind here. And it says start with the 10th letter, which would be A goes to J. Okay. Then if we read outside in, we get N goes to U. V goes to what? We're not really sure. E. W goes to some mystery letter in between the two. Oh, just kill me. And if we go inside out, it's N goes to, these things aren't spaced properly, which is fine if you're just doing it abstract with numbers. But if you're actually going to try to use this wheel, you're in a lot of trouble because these are all start to get misaligned. Plus, we've got this going for us. Probably I should have cut this here so there wasn't as much wiggle room. Okay, I have to take a deep breath because this is exactly, I feel like this channel is meant to study frustration sometimes. This is just, okay, all right. Let's just different. It's now the idea is not to have fun playing a game, it's to study frustration. Study the science of frustration. No one's fault, just 1 minute you're playing a game, and the next minute you're exploring your own personality flaws. And we have an opportunity to understand what's wrong with me. Well, we're not playing a game. You might have thought you were joining to play a game, but now we're doing something different. Now we're doing something different. Using an actual physical wheel is not so fun because of these sizes of everything are different. Let's do it a little differently. We've got 2-letter words, VR. We've got OBB. That feels like there shouldn't be very many words that use the same 2 letters after a 3-letter word with the same 2 letters at the end. What could that be? And then we've got another 2-letter word, JE. What 3-letter words have the same letters at the end? You could have the word fee, but most of them would be what? You could have off. What 2-letter words could you get W and U out of? If it was it, W goes to I, U goes to T, V goes to Q, R goes to X. That doesn't work. W, U, O, S, O, M. I'm just trying to find 2-letter words, any way to arrange this so that W and U become a valid 2-letter word. This is it, but then VR. You could imagine a thing where you shift it each time if it's more complicated, but I can't seem to make it work. What about the other way around? What if it's this way? W goes to O, U goes to N, that becomes on. V goes to I, R goes to if, L, I, O, L, I, O, P, I, S. Okay, that's it. Boy, that's painful. That was really painful. Now, what was it? It looks like maybe Anna was right. A to J, but then read from inside out. So how did I get it? I just rotated it looking for two-letter words. So WU went. So why was that giving so much trouble in the beginning? WU went on. So that makes a two-letter word on. And then VR inside out goes I. They don't line up all that well. I, and then R inside out, hard to decode this way, if. So that two-letter word was if. So two-letter words that make sense. So let's see what our OBB is. Our OBB is SEE, so C. Okay. So that's it. That three-letter word is C. And then we've got if and on. So now Anna was right. A goes to J. It's just the tricky part is you're decoding outwards. All right, so let's just decode this now. Boy, that's painful. Okay. So the first word is L I, it's Leopis. That's the name. That's the other reason why it was hard to decode. We might have gotten this at some point before and not thought it was a word, but this is our guy, Rudolfo Leopis. So Leopis, then D A N G Leopis danger, and the WU is on. And then here we have, this doesn't quite line up, but maybe it's a U R, this is probably going to say urgent, right? U R A. Okay, this doesn't work because these lines are wrong. T R A I. Danger on trail if MAW PROGNB. BL. problem. Danger on trail if problems. The okay, is this the person that he's supposed to talk to? Now we're going to get someone's name. This is the key part of this. I am maybe H O or is that right? A G B E E E. This is going to be Bethlehem. Imhoff, is that someone's name we've met, or am I mistranslating this word here? V goes to I. I mean, it's not super clear. V goes to I. X goes to M. L goes to H. W goes to O. Imhoff. Or do we have someone named Imhoff? Dr. Imhoff. That's the person we're talking to? No. Who is that? Who's Dr. Imhoff? We've got O'Rourke. We've got Pretorius. All right. All right. So I'll take a bullet to the head instead of doing this again. But now we have to do it again from the newspaper. At least we know a chunk of this. Okay, now let's look at this one. We think it's the 19th. So the 19th letter of the alphabet is what? An S. They didn't have to make it so you decode inside out, though. Bethlehem's doctor was Imhoff, says Anna. Okay. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank on that. Maybe because my whole brain did a hard reset. Okay. Let's do it here. GIB goes LIO. This is going to be Leopis again, right? So these are messages to Leopis. Both times messages to Leopis. APX becomes BEW. This is going to be beware, probably. A R E. Beware. QIE becomes H I C E B Z D becomes E E B C. Beware hideout. FSW becomes M A. Hideout may. This is going to be B J K B K N O. It's going to be W N, surely. Hideout may be known, period. IC is if RLB becomes P R O E G P B L E. If problem go is going to be 2. Our strategy of looking for 2-letter words was the right one. It's just this complication is what let us not be able to decode it. Okay, VPN. What they could have done is, if I was advising them, I would just say, make it decrypt inside out. I mean, outside in, so there isn't so much hunting while trying to decode it, so much busy work. SEV. It wouldn't make it any harder or easier. It would just make it less busy work. Go to 7 KPX N E W C. We're going to get a street address here, which is kind of exciting. Newcomb is what this is going to be, right? F goes to M. P goes to E. K goes to N. Why is it Newcomen, not Newcomb? Okay. So, boy, I gotta try to reset my brain because I'm just a little bit on tilt here. What was that, an hour spent doing this? So now we're totally have to remember what this case is all about. So probably this person in jail under the name of in Bethlehem Asylum is where Rodolfo Leopis is hiding out. And so he's hiding out in here. This is his first message he gets September 10th, and here's September 16th. So Rodolfo Leopis, who's internationally on the run, it says, there's danger on the trail, go see Imhoff at Bethlehem. So he's going into hiding at the hospital where he's staying in this room under the name Smith. On September 16th, he gets another message saying, hey, someone may have figured out you're in Bethlehem hiding out, so you have to escape, and now you should go to 7 Newcomb North. or Newcomen. So is this a street address, we think? And is that where he's hiding? But it doesn't matter because he's been killed. Unless he swapped identities. Is he? But we don't think so. But possibly. So either Isaac is really Rodolfo and he swapped identities and killed Isaac but put him in his room and he's on the run at this location, or this was his escape plan and it went wrong. But doesn't it seem this is more likely, that he swapped bodies and the person in his room is actually Isaac, and that's why they broke out that other guy? Just to break him out of his room, kill him, put him in Rodolfo's room, and with some insider contact at the hospital, have them pretend that Isaac is the one who's escaped. All right, now, if we can get ourselves back on track. "28 South E was the asylum." I need to find Inhofe again. Okay, so here's our asylum. Now, where's the mention of Inhofe? We go in, we meet O'Rourke, and then there's a Dr. Pretorius, which we talk to in the end. They say Irving Novak broke out. I think it's going to turn out that Irving Novak was killed and left in Smith's room. John Smith, that's the fake name of Rodolfo Leopis. We're going to go visit the morgue to confirm that theory. Oh, here. Okay, here we are. Dr. Imhoff asked Hanley for someone to help the driver. Okay, so at the asylum, we've got Dr. Imhoff. He's in on it, we know. We know he's one of the people in on it. But what we don't know is if Angus Hanley is also in on it. He would be able to recognize the body, so he may have to be killed. And as Anna points out, and then we've got Chester Charlie. Chester Charlie is the guy who's been the guard on duty. Let me just see what has happened to the guard. The guard hasn't been killed, right? He noticed glass. He regained consciousness. So they haven't killed him. He would be able to identify which is the body. But maybe the guy in charge can run it. Okay. And then Anna says that's why they killed Telbin, so he couldn't identify the body of Novak. I think that makes sense. He would normally be called to the morgue to identify the body, and maybe we're going to get that confirmed as we now return to the morgue and see if we can't confirm that all that information now. EC 38. Okay, back to the morgue, which was the first place we went. Now we're headed back. Okay, he says he hasn't performed a complete autopsy, but here's what he can say. Wound was inflicted by a knife to the right side of his neck, stabbed from behind by a right-handed person using a downward thrust. I'll have more details tomorrow. And what can you tell us about the man who died at Bethlehem? I've examined the body of Mr. Smith, Wiggins. I don't like what I saw. He died from a rupture of the cervical vertebrae, Pretorius claims it happened during an epileptic fit. Hard to believe. The inside of his mouth isn't ravaged the way an epileptic's mouth is, and his brain showed none of the signs usually linked to epilepsy. Meeks unveils the body so we can see the victim. The light from the morgue is reflected on his bald head, almost giving him the appearance of being alive. Death was caused by a powerful blow to the head, he tells us, while pointing at a large mark behind the body's ear. So again, a right-handed man hitting him in the back of the head. Pretorius, the doctor we talked to, says it's epileptic fit, so either he's in on it and lying, or he's just trying to cover up. Okay. The odd thing is we don't know what this has to do with don't know what this has to do with Wilfred, the politician, and we also don't know who has been killed outside of our door, although there's a good chance it's one of the orderlies, don't you think? It's the guy who hasn't come into work. He's seen the newspaper report. Maybe he's the one. I don't know why he's connected it to the MP, but has he figured out let's see. Here are our people at the hospital, and then we want to find Newcomb. So I'm curious to talk to these two people, the orderlies, especially the guy who hasn't shown up. What was the last name of Johnny? Why don't we have, what have I gotten wrong here? Johnny DeMond. So who's Angus Hanley? Why are there so many people at this asylum involved in this? Okay, Jesse, okay. 28 South E. Johnny Dumont works in reception. He wasn't there during the breakout, only heard about it, but he went with the body to St. Bart's. Dr. Imhoff asked Hanley for someone to help the driver. Johnny was ending his shift, so Hanley picked him. Who's Hanley? Angus Hanley. He's in charge of the night shift. Okay, and then Johnny is reception. Okay. So the person who came to our office might be one of these two who recognized something went wrong. But why would they have the obituary? Why would they make that connection? I don't know. So let's try to visit these people. First, let's look up Johnny DeMond and see if we can't. And then let's make sure we don't forget 7 Newcomen. Okay. What have we got here? Dumond. Is it Dumont or Dumond? Because if it's Dumond, then we don't know it. And I'm going to lose it if I have to look up that I have Demond. Let's see. There's no Demond. Okay. Johnny Dumont. I swear to God, I'm going to lose my mind here. I'm so terrible. It's a miracle we get any cases solved on this channel. Okay, his name is Dumont, so we could talk to his mother, Dolores Dumont, at 42 WC. Jesus Christ. It's like I'm trying to sabotage us. Okay, let's look up Angus Henley. Is that right? Now you got to doubt everything. Okay, so there's an A. Hanley, 21 Southwest. And then Charlie Chester. Okay, so now we look up and see what have I gotten wrong about his name. Chester Carley. It's not Charlie, and it's not the right first name and last name. And wow. I don't know what to tell you. I got to start writing better. Chester Carley. Wow. This is why I can't have a gun in the house. I'd kill myself. Chester Carley. It's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Chester Carley, 8 Southeast. And then, for good measure, we could look up Inhofe, the guy that was on duty. For some reason, he's not in the directory. Okay. Unless it's Inhofe. Unless it's Imhoff. 74 WC. I swear to God, it's that cipher broke me. That cipher broke my brain. All the ability to keep track of names went out the window. Okay. Insane. And the channel is having fun joking about it. And I'm ready to kill myself. All right. I got to take better notes. There's lots of lessons to learn from today's stream. But one of them is I got to write names better. All right. So we got a whole bunch of names. Before we start looking up these names, let me find 7 Newcomb. Let's try to reset. Trying to reset a little bit here. Okay, what have we got here? So New Cavendish, Great Portland. That doesn't look like our Newcomb. What about here? Pall Mall, Carrollton Club. It is kind of coincidental that this is the Carrollton Club. I see we lost YouTube for a second there. Let's see. Not there. Where's our 7EC? 5, 7. Okay, not there. Okay, well, we found it. Okay, so 7 Newcomen Street is in the southeast. 7 southeast. It is a fun puzzle whenever this happens. Marco says, I spotted it southeast. Okay, you found it too. It is a fun puzzle, and it can only be done in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. It's one of the few puzzles that we can't use in high and low because street addresses don't work like that. We'll have to think about that a little bit. Okay. Now we have a whole bunch of places we can go to crack this case. It seems like we shouldn't go right to 7 Southeast because probably there's nothing for us to talk to there. Probably that's just his hiding spot. But it's a little dangerous for us. So let's try following up the other things. Maybe we can catch... Maybe we can get information about one of these. Now, did we get a description of the body? I mean, our theory is that the dead body is not really of Smith, but is really Isaac, right? Isaac has a mother. No, Isaac had a mother, but we tried to look her up when we couldn't, right? Maybe she's passed on. 38 BC. I'm trying to think, if do we get a description of the body that we're going to be able to use? He's got a blow to head, bald head. Okay, so we know he's listed as being bald. Our theory is that this is Isaac. Okay, so now we're going to visit the hospital people. Let's try Johnny Dumond first, the guy who hasn't showed up to work. 42 WC. We think one of these might be our guy, our person who died in front of our building. We've barely finished knocking at the door when a corpulent and maternal-looking woman opens it. Yes, what can I do for you? Is this John Dumont's place of residence? Yes, you know Johnny. There's worry in her voice. Are you his mother? Yes, she says as she invites us into her modest but well taken care of apartment. When did you see him for the last time? This morning. He didn't even take the time to have breakfast. He was in a hurry. He said he had decided and that he had to go and see someone. Is he all right? I'm sorry for bringing you this terrible news, Mrs. Dumont, says Wiggins, but we think your son is dead. Oh, no, not my Johnny. Dolores Dumont collapses on a chair. Her face breaks down and turns into a mask of tears and sorrows. We give her a moment of silent respite before starting to question her again. The police need you to take care of the routine identification. I know it's hard for you, but it might help us find his killer. His killer? My son was killed? She asks in a sob. Yes. I don't understand. We led a quiet life. Who would want to kill him? We were hoping you could tell us more about that. You've told us he had said he needed to see someone this morning. Do you know who? Mrs. Dumont is... Why... If we assume he's dead, then we know he came to see us. Why were we ask? Why we've assumed he's dead, but we don't know that he's the guy who came to see us? That's weird. We were hoping you could tell us more about that. You've told us he had said he needed to see someone this morning. Do you know who? Mrs. Dumont has found enough of her calm to think about our question. I don't know. I think it had to do with his work. And where does he work? How has he concluded he's dead if we haven't figured this part out? At the Bethlehem Asylum, he was looking at an article from the newspaper and was saying that he had to talk about it. What was the article about? I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell you, young man. I've never learned how to read, and neither did John. I don't understand what he saw on that piece of paper. Where is he now? He's at St. Bart's. Thank you for speaking to us. If you have more information that comes to mind, you can contact me at this address, says Wiggins, while handing her his card. We leave her to her sorrow. Yes, so here's what's happened. He's brought in the obituary. I thought of this, but I should have said something at the time. He's brought in a piece of paper with the obituary, right? But look what he's really brought in. He's really brought in this picture. He's really brought in the picture in the paper of Rudolfo Leopus. And he's trying to say, hey, this guy was a prisoner at Bethlehem and he's escaped. But we've assumed that he's brought in this obituary. But it's really this. I think this has nothing to do with our case. Absolutely independent. Heart attack. Nothing to do with our case at all. The crumpled up piece of paper is this photo. He can't read, but he can notice, hey, this guy who's wanted has been in the asylum hiding out under the name of Smith this whole time. It makes complete sense now. I should have pointed out before that this obituary and this was on the other side. Okay, so that's a pretty cool idea now. I'd love to hear what Jonathan says of the old version. Does the old version have that scene the same? How we go in there and say, we know your son's dead, but we don't know who he was going to see or why? Anna says, yep, he can't read. We needed the picture. Sir Wilfrid is the side case and the asylum is the main one. Yes. All right, so we could try to talk to the other people in the asylum for fun. Let's look up Chester Carley. He's in 8 Southeast. I don't feel like we really need to talk to these people. I feel like we figured it out, but let's figure out who else is involved in this. Who do you work for again? Chester Carley is about 30 years old and has visibly had a rough night. His prominent chin is pointed at us defiantly as he awaits our answer. Sherlock Holmes, the detective. Maybe you could tell us what happened at the asylum. Carley sits down and holds his head between his hands for a few moments before answering us. There is not much to tell. I was doing my rounds as usual while coming back to the wing of private cells around 2:30. I saw broken glass on the ground. As I was bending over to take a closer look, someone hit the back of my head. I woke up an hour later without my keys. Novak's cell was empty and the new patient, John Smith, was dead. What happened, do you think? No idea, my boy. According to O'Rourke, Novak broke out while killing Smith, and then the doctors tell us that Smith died from an epileptic fit. I don't know. None of that makes any sense. Then again, when one works in an insane asylum, you know. What do you know about a man who works in reception, Johnny something? He's been missing for days. Well, not much, I'm afraid. I didn't know too much about him. He did ask me the other day if I played darts. Darts? Do you know why he asked you? Yeah, he said he was a member of a darts club that was starting to organize tournaments and such and wanted to know if I was interested. He said they even had a name for it, Dodger Banks or something. I don't fully remember. Okay, so here's our confirmation that the body is Johnny, because in our introduction, we looked for Dodger Bank, but really Dodger Bank is the name of the dart club that he belongs to. So for sure, the guy who visited us, who got killed outside of our doorstep, was Johnny. He came to tell us. Now, I don't quite understand how our theory is the body is that of Irving Novak, and that Smith was Rodolfo Lupus. But then he would have had to kill the body. Why doesn't this guy recognize him? Right? We don't think. I'm a little bit confused why the workers aren't able to identify, but maybe he didn't even see the body. Maybe it got covered up. All right, then we've got Dr. Inhofe, 74 WC. Let's see if he'll talk to us. These are more asylum workers. The imposing man who opens the door looks like a former wrestler, broken nose, cauliflower ears, and a scar crisscrossing the right side of his face, giving him a perpetual sneering grin. With a sniff, he asks us, "What do you want?" "We'd like to see Dr. Inhofe." Wiggins hands his card to the bulldog. "Wait here," he orders us. The card disappears into the man's immense hands as he turns and goes back into the house. A few moments later, we're introduced in the luxurious study of Dr. Inhofe, an impeccably dressed man. He has a graying Van Dyke-style beard. He speaks with a fast and staccato pace. "Mr. Wiggins, how can I be of use to you?" We heard about the incident that occurred last week at the asylum. We were given to understand that Mr. Smith was your patient? Yes. Well, could you tell us more about his illness? He was extremely nervous. He simply needed rest. We thought the asylum would be the perfect place for that. And did you know that Spanish passports were found in his room? Inhofe, who until then kept an impassive face, seems to suddenly lose patience with Wiggins' questions. "I will not tolerate such impertinence, young man. Mr. Smith was British. It's already quite regrettable that he had a severe epileptic fit while he was alone in his room. The state of his health is protected by medical privacy. I'm very busy. Therefore, I bid you a good day, gentlemen." He shakes a small bell on his desk and the bulldog immediately appears. "Hawkins, please accompany these gentlemen to the door." Okay, this guy is fully in on it. And he has set up Rodolfo under this fake identity. Okay. And then we've got one more, 21 Southwest. This is Angus Hanley. Henley rubs his sleep-filled eyes while ours are trying to adjust to the gloom of his room. "What do you want with me?" asks Hanley, irked. "I worked at night, you know." "Sorry for bothering you," apologizes Wiggins, "but we're investigating the murder of John Dumont." "Johnny? Dead?" The news instantly wakes Hanley up. He has us sit on rough wooden chairs around a table, obviously made from the same wood. "What happened?" "Dumont was stabbed on Sherlock Holmes's front step." "Sherlock Holmes? What was he doing going to a detective?" "That's what we're trying to learn. Any ideas?" "No. Wait a minute. I saw him Saturday at the pub. He seemed nervous. I thought it was because of what had happened at work. Did you hear about that?" "Yes. He seemed troubled by the death of a new patient. I thought it was normal, since, due to his age, he had probably never been as close to a body as he'd been that day, but maybe it was due to something else. Like what? Here we go. He asked me if I had seen Smith, the victim. I told him no, I had never seen him. I don't work in that part of the asylum, unlike Johnny. He said it was strange that the man brought to St. Bart's had seemed different to him, that he'd never seen him before. I told him that a man always looks different once dead, but that hadn't been enough for him. When I tried to learn more, he clammed up, saying that he'd said too much already. We spent the rest of the night drinking and playing darts, but I could see something was still worrying him. Do you know who accompanied the driver to St. Bart's? Imhoff's man, Slack. Sketchy type. I don't know why a doctor would have such a man among his entourage. Oh yeah, why's that? Now, I don't have a doctor's education, but I know how to recognize a ruffian when I see one. What do you know about Imhoff? Well, not much. We never spoken much. He doesn't spend much time in Bedlam. He spends less time there than most doctors, but his patients seem to get better quickly, or at least they're not locked up for long. Most people are held there for years, but most of Imhoff's patients only stay a few weeks, a few months at most. Hanley recounts the events of the night of the murder to us, but he doesn't tell us more than O'Rourke already has. We thank him and let him go back to bed. Okay, so we know Imhoff is hiding patients, hiding refugees, criminals, as a hideout. And I think we've got our case solved. Yeah, we just have to go to Newcomb. That's the last place to go. And solve this case. Let me see what the chat says. Jonathan says, the game assumes you've used another way to find him. I think you could still find this other method in the Space Cowboy. It's probably not necessary, but if you think about it, if you want. Dodger Banks the watch. Jonathan says, I was talking about Johnny in case there's confusion. Yes. So there was another way to figure out that it was Johnny who was dead. We just found a second way, talking to this guy who points us to the... gives us his motive, and the other guy told us about the watch and the dart club. So we could have found it that way. That's one way. So Leopold or one of Leopold's men killed Johnny. Yes. Followed him. Maybe it could have also been this doctor's assistant or someone else in the organization. And we still think the body in the morgue is not Leopold and not Smith, but is of Isaac, right? Okay, how did he know that Johnny was suspicious? We don't know. Maybe he was asking around the doctor, Dr. Imhoff, who got word of it. Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll go to this final hideout. Maybe we'll find Leopold there. Other than that, I'll entertain any ideas for loose ends we haven't wrapped up. But I think we're just about there. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're just wrapping up our case here. A case of identity, a question of identity. We believe we've solved it, but we've got one last detail. We've got the hideout that Leopis has moved to. And we figured out the key little clever piece of evidence that the guy who got killed outside our door was bringing this picture in, not the obituary as we assumed. All right, so we believe that we know from our decoded message that Leopis has moved to a new hideout, 7 southeast, which was here. So we could go straight. I mean, I think we should just go there. If we're going to die by the hands of Leopis, so be it. We're eventually going to go there. And it feels like now's the right time. We could try to trace down some loose ends by going to our informants. Anna was saying that she wanted to see if Porky might know who this rough helper of the doctor was, named Slack, although it looked like when we visited the doctor's office he had a bunch of people that might be working for him. It's also interesting, we heard about telegraphs. You could imagine someone sent a telegraph about something that we could get some evidence about. But let's do this place here, 7 southeast. This is either going to be a short entry that we're not meant to discover much, or a key entry. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Mrs. Jetley's flophouse is located in a neighborhood circled in black on the London sociological map by Charles Booth. The glares of the petty criminals and other crooks looking at us as we make our way through the dark alleys make it clear we're not welcome here. Once we arrive, Wiggins pulls out his 4-shot Brandlin from his pocket and goes up a narrow stairway. What has he got? He's got a gun? A 4-shot Brandlin? Is that a gun? Wiggins has really advanced since we last saw him. There's only one door on the landing. We approach as quietly as possible. Wiggins then gives the door a violent kick. We follow Wiggins, who rushes into the room, pistol in hand. What is Wiggins? This is out of character for Wiggins, if you ask me. Don't move, shouts Wiggins to a man lying on a mat. A quick glance in the room allows us to see that he's alone. Leopis? Demands Wiggins, pointing at the man with the pistol. A grimacing grin lights up Leopis's unshaven face. His cold and black eyes fixate on Wiggins' pistol. Who sent ya? The French? Disdain can be felt in his question, despite his thick accent. Before Wiggins can even utter a word, Leopis raises his arm and tosses a knife at Wiggins' heart, who drops to the ground and fires. The knife stops, shuddering in the door, and Wiggins' 2 shots hit Leopis squarely in the chest. Wiggins gets back up slowly, his weapon still pointed at the Spaniard's inert body. He brings 2 fingers to the man's neck. He's dead. We should call the police. I'm already apprehensive about the talk we'll have with Lestrade. I can guess that Anna's going to be complaining about this. Let's see. Anna says, I guess this is the grown-up version of Wiggins. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's been a couple years and Wiggins has become serious. I mean, gun, barging in. This seems like a terrible idea. This guy's already killed a couple people. He's got full of accomplices. He's got tons of money. This seems like a terrible idea, but I guess Wiggins wanted to prove he was up for the task and decided to tackle this guy on his own. He's lucky he almost didn't make it. All right, but it sounds like we've solved the case. And not only did we figure out our bad guy, but we've actually killed him. All right, so now the question is there anything people want to do to clean up loose ends? I'd like to hear from Jonathan about any differences he's noticed. Let's visit Porky just to see if he knows anything about this group, 52 EC, but I think we're ready. Let's see what Porky says. He says, "Yeah, I heard about the murder in front of Holmes's house," says Porky while pouring us a pint. "Oh, really?" Wiggins asks as he sips his drink. He says, "Yeah, buddy of mine who works at a printer's brought me tomorrow's paper in advance. So, I don't know much about it. However, for the dead man at Bedlam, that's another story. I saw the name of Dr. Imhoff. Doesn't that ring a bell, guys?" "I don't think so," says Wiggins, and we agree. "Well, there are a number of rumors saying that he helps the London underworld. They're only rumors, sure, but I'm sure Holmes knows the man somewhat, at least by name." This case is getting more complicated with every new lead, Porky, says Wiggins with a discouraged tone. "I can see you're busy, but if you have time, I'd like a bit of help." "Oh yeah, what about?" "I got a telegram from the wife of a man I knew in prison, Dick Egghead Anchor. He hasn't come back home since Thursday or Friday, but there are some men for whom it wouldn't mean anything, but Dickie cares for his family. I promised his wife I'd see what I could find out. I'll see what I can do." So we got a little side case from talking to Porky. "I got a telegram from the wife of a man I know in prison, Dick Egghead Anchor. He hasn't come home since Thursday or Friday." You don't think this is the guy that they killed rather than swap bodies? Is that the explanation? Because the body of Smith was bald. So do we think rather than the Isaac swap, they've brought in some guy from prison and dumped him into the room? That's an odd possibility. Oh, Dick Anchor. Huh. I mean, we could look up, talk to the wife, and go to the telegram office. Newgate Prison. We didn't even go to Newgate Prison yet. There's Millbank Prison, but there's also Newgate Prison. Oh, that's where we're going to find the other guy, Shank. He's going to be the... Is he going to be the shooter? So Millbank and Newgate are 23 Southwest and 36 EC. Let's just do these prisons. 23 Southwest and 36 EC. And then if we look up Anchor, so there's Dick Anchor, 41 Southeast. 41 Southeast. And was there someplace else we were thinking of going? The telegram office. Telegraph office was 37 EC. All right, let's try to wrap up these quickly and see if any of them give us any light. But Anna says, well, if it's not Novak's body, where is Novak? The thing is that he had a mother, but I thought let's see. So we did go to the company, talk to them, and we went to Irving's house and he wasn't there, but the paintings were. And we know there was a Stephanie mentioned. But we didn't know how to take that any further. But if it's not his body, we don't really care. Okay, let's try to wrap up these quickly, loose ends. Dick Anchor, I got his house right there, 41 Southeast. This is the wife talking to us, presumably. I know Dickie isn't a saint, but he's always been good with me and the kids. No tears rolled down from the eyes of Dick Anchor's widow, nor from the eyes of the two children clinging to her skirt. All of their tears have already been shed long ago. I told the police that he left with Bobby on Thursday, and I hadn't seen him since. Who's Bobby? I think his last name's Lane, but I'm not sure. And who's Dick work for? He didn't really have a job. He'd do odd work here and there. He spent too much time at the White Eagle. He drank too much to keep a job, but he'd always managed to find a way to provide for us. Okay. So we've got more details here. Now she assumes he's dead. Bobby Lane is a friend, and they drink at the White Eagle. I mean, we've solved our main case. This is like side cases. There was another place we almost forgot to visit, the Lambeth Police. They were the people that arrested... Let me see. Police Station Lambeth, 53 Southeast. And now we've got Bobby Lane and the White Eagle. The White Eagle pub is 50 Southeast. And then Bobby Lane. It's kind of weird that there's so many little side things now that we've opened up when it feels like we've pretty much solved it. Okay, so I don't see a Bobby. Oh yeah, Richard Lane, 8 Northwest. All right, well, I guess we're going to go through these quickly here. I'm going to go to the Lambeth Police first because I almost forgot to talk to them. Yeah, we were notified of the escape of a patient from the asylum last Friday. The asylum assured us the man in question... Wait, the sergeant looks for a form on his desk. Here, Irving Novak. Wasn't dangerous. Did they tell you about John Smith? Yeah, the guy who died, isn't it? According to Dr. Imhoff, the cause of death was an epileptic fit. Nothing suspicious about that. Thanks for your help, Sergeant. With pleasure, young man. Okay, so that's confirmation about that. Let's see. Bobby Lane, 8 Northwest. Okay, 8 Northwest, there's no entry for Bobby Lane. What about 50 Southeast, where he was drinking in the White Eagle? Yeah, I know, Porky. His friends are my friends. What do you want? Peter Tate, the owner of the White Eagle, serves us each a beer. What do you know about Dick Anchor? Dickie? He's not a bad sort, but he always hangs out with the wrong people. Like who? Well, Bobby Lane for a start, and Billy Slack. Now him, he's a real piece of work. I seen him with Max Bignose. Max Bignose? Yeah, he's a fence. What's his real name? I don't know. He's German. And when did you see Anchor for the last time? I'd say last Thursday. He was with Lane that night. So we found Slack, who Anna was convinced we were going to be able to find, and she was right. She's the accomplice that the other worker was concerned about, and now we've connected Dick Anchor to this group. So I guess it was good we followed up because we thought they had killed Irving and used his body, but now it seems clear that they've killed their friend here, Dick Anchor, and used him. Which explains why they didn't recognize they've picked someone who looks similar, and that explains why why the workers didn't say, hey, that's Irving, that's not Smith. All right, so Billy Slack, and also we're told that the other guy's name is Bobby, Laine. I may have looked that up wrong. All right. So now it doesn't change much, but it does change our theory of what body was put in. Let's see. Where's our lane? 39EC is now Lane. Okay, let's talk to Lane. Maybe we can get one of these guys to confess. Maybe they're afraid they're going to be next. Okay, here we go. So we've tracked down Lane. Put down that knife, says Wiggins with an authoritarian tone. The man threatening him quickly understands he's too sick to resist. He lets go of the knife and collapses on the nearby bed. Thankfully, Dr. Watson is with us and takes care of the man's wounds. He gives him a few drugs. The man is finally in a state to talk to us. Tell us everything, Lane. Dickie was a good mate. It shouldn't have happened this way. He said it would be an easy job. The man was supposed to be drugged and locked up in Bedlam, but he was awake and strong like an ox. Who were you working for? I don't know, my boy. Dickie was the one who had set it up. We arrived with the wagon at the back of the building. We broke a window. We went in. I waited for a bit for the guard to come back, but we were ready. Dickie knocked him out, took his keys. He started opening the doors. In the first room, it wasn't the right guy. I went to the other, but the guy, he wasn't drugged. He fought back, and I felt his knife in my belly. Last thing I saw before fleeing was Dickie's body. It wasn't a pretty sight. I couldn't help him, so I ran as fast as I could. So it's a little strange here that according to these people, we got the picture here now. We know it was Dick's body, not Irving, but they seem to think their job was to pick up this guy that was drugged, but he wasn't. So what's the theory here? That these people weren't trying to break out Cleopas? It's kind of strange. Anna points out something even more important, though, is our theory for why they killed the worker, the boss, Telpin, was to prevent him from IDing the body, but now that's not true. Now I wonder if it was Isaac who tried to kill him. Tried to kill his father-in-law because he blamed him for his wife, his mother or something. We might be able to make progress on that. Okay, so still a little bit confused about that, but there's that. Let's talk to now let's follow up let me go to okay, Telegram is empty. Maybe now if we go to the prisons, we will get some more information about the actual attempt on Telpin's life. As Anna points out, Novak was escaped by accident. Okay, let's try the prisons. Maybe we're going to get a clue as to Isaac. Okay, so 23 Southwest and 36 EC. So 23 Southwest doesn't exist, but what about 36 EC? Okay, we do have an entry for the prison. Maybe this is going to help answer our remaining questions. You have 5 minutes with the prisoner, the new gate guard tells us. Albert Finch, the prisoner, is a muscular man with salt and pepper hair. Blue eyes jump out of the tanned face, which is sunburnt. Despite being surprised for having been arrested for the murder of William Talbot, he seems to remain calm. Don't know what to tell you guys. This summer I worked on farms in the countryside. I helped with the harvest. Then I came back to town to find work for the winter. Stroke of luck, I found a place at Novak Adams and Company, but didn't take more than a week to find myself in the middle of the strikes. Not one of those blackguard socialists, but they weren't just spouting nonsense. I wanted to keep my job, but I still went to the protest yesterday. Should have broken my leg instead. Did you see the shooter? I heard it. It happened very quickly. Old man Telbin rolled out in his carriage, and you would do better to avoid being in his way, I can tell you. But the crowd was too dense. He had to slow down. That's when some man rushed his carriage, shot through the window, then turned tail and ran so fast that I didn't get a chance to see him. All I remember is that he had gray hair. Somebody else noticed, and as I was the only one to have hair like that, they caught me instead. He shakes his head tiredly. I'm afraid, my boy, if they don't find the man who pulled the trigger sometime soon, they'll pin me for it. Time's up, shouts the guard at us through the door. We'll try to help you, says Wiggins. Okay, so now our new theory is that Isaac Novak shot his father. Now, how are we going to prove that, though? How are we going to prove that? What about Billy Slack? Can we find him? I feel like Stephanie is the key. I feel like maybe birth and death records might tell us how Novak's mother died, and maybe he blames the father. So I think maybe we're going to have to visit some of our informants to get birth, divorce records. Maybe we'll find out about his mother, Stephanie, if that is the mother. Okay, let's see if we can find Billy Slack. All right, well, there is Billy Slack, 40 Southeast. We are in front of the door to Slack's room. Wiggins cautiously places his ear against the door for a minute and whispers, "There's someone inside." He knocks heavily on the door and shouts, "Slack! Slack, I know you're in there. Open the door." We wait for a moment, but no answer is forthcoming. Wiggins turns the handle, but the door is locked. He then gives the door a powerful kick and it crashes open. The room's empty and one of the windows is open. Wiggins leans his head out the window and shouts, "Slack!" But the reprobate has already fled. Bloody hell. Let's search the room. He might have left something behind. We search all the drawers, but find only dirty clothes and 4-penny novels. We're on the verge of giving up when Wiggins lets out an exclamation. "Hey, would you look at that?" The contents of the chest he found under the bed are spilled out on the mattress. There are 3 knives, a Webley-type revolver, and 2 blackjacks. Wiggins examines the knives with his magnifying glass. There are traces of fresh blood. "It's still sticky," he says, while touching the grip under the crossguard. "We should take this to Holmes and Meeks." Okay, so this is going to be the murder weapon that killed our Bethlehem guard who came to talk to us. So I think that is cleanly wrapped up. But the only piece of our puzzle now is Isaac Novak, who, if we don't figure out, is going to get an innocent guy in jail. So let's see if perhaps we can't find evidence of what happened to Novak's mother, I'm thinking. So legal and criminal documents, that might have information. Marriages, deaths, and wills. So these two, 14 WC and 17 WC. Hopefully we can get information on Isaac. 14 and 17 WC. Okay, well, 14 WC says criminal records are closed, but 17 Southwest. A search through the birth and marriage certificates allows us to shed some light on the family situation of the Novak Talbum Mockbee family. Arabella Elizabeth Hancock, born May 14, 1851, and Fortescue Manfield Novak, born September 23rd, were married on August the 14th, 1873. He died on November the 15th, 1890, on Guy Fawkes Day. Their son, Irving Mansfield Novak, was born on November the 15th. Stephanie Louise Mockbee was born on May 28, 1877. She died last year, a few months after her marriage to Irving on March the 20th. William Randall Telbin was born February 27, 1852. He wed the widow of Fortescue Novak on April the 6th, 1892. Okay, so let's try to make sense of this. It wasn't the mother. Arabella is the mother. Arabella is the mother. She marries Fortescue, and then he dies. They have a son, Irving. Mansfield. I don't know what the relationship is, Mansfield. Then we've got a Stephanie Mockbee, born 1877, same age as Irving almost, but she just died. Just months after the murder, after the marriage. Well, we can look up Mockbee, but why would that give motive to kill the father? William Randall Telbin, born February 27th, wed the widow of Fortescue, April 6, 1892. No motive that we can see. And let's see. Jonathan reminds us to go to the tobacco place. No, I didn't remember to do that. Thank you for reminding me. Anna says, Novak's wife died. He became obsessed, paints her constantly, ends up in an asylum, then breaks out and kills Telbin. But why? Why would he kill Telbin? Let's look up Mockbee and Telbin. That's kind of strange. So did we already look up Telbin and only find that one entry, or could there have been another entry for him that we didn't look at? William Telbin, 59 Northwest. I'm not sure we visited his home, did we? We may not have even visited him. That might be the clue we need. And now let's look up Mockbee. This is probably where Irving is. Don't you think? With Mockbee's family, maybe. 54 Southwest, or at least he may know how his sister died and why Irving is obsessed with it. So 54 Southwest is Mockbee. Okay, let's try Telbin first. 59 Northwest. Did we really not visit this yet? Or am I just forgetting? I don't think we visited this. There's a nice long entry in here. The imposing residence of the departed William Telbin, located facing Hyde Park, is surrounded by a perfectly maintained lawn. After having worked our way through the horde of doormen, valets, domestics, we finally managed to reach the widow Telbin in the living room. She's tall and svelte woman in her 50s. Her black morning dress gives her a severe look, which is quickly denied by her smile. Gentlemen, I was told you were investigating the death of my husband. Is that true? Asks Mrs. Telbin. Her voice is strong and doesn't let her recent sorrow show. That's right, answers Wiggins. Is she going to say it's my son? I had been given to understand that one of the employees from the workshop had been accused of that murder. A pinch of emotion can be felt with that last word. It's also what we understand. We'd like to ask you about your son. Irving? Do you know where he is? Emotion grows stronger in her voice. Do you think he could be implicated in William's murder? Well, how well did they get along? There were tensions between them. It was to be expected. Irving was close to his father. He had trouble accepting our marriage. Then, William was opposed to Irving's wedding, and their relationship further degraded. When Irving became passionate about flowers, I thought there would be some improvement, but instead that gave them even more topics to argue about. Mrs. Telbin has now lost her calm. I'm sorry, this year has been particularly hard for me. After the death of Stephanie and Irving's problems, now William has died. She shakes her head and wipes the corner of her eye with a small tissue of black lace. I'm sorry, I don't know what else I could tell you. We're sorry for bothering you. One last question. Do you know where your son could have gone? I didn't tell the authorities, but he might have found refuge with Stephanie's father, Cyrus Mockbee. He felt better received there than among his own family. If you see him, please give him all my affection. Okay, we had already figured out to go to Cyrus. We've written that down. It's 54 Southwest. Okay, so now it's starting to come together a little bit, and we're going to find him here. 54 Southwest. Here we go. This is the last piece of our puzzle. The domestic leads us through the house to the garden, where we meet Mr. Cyrus Mockbee. He's kneeling in front of a rhododendron bush. He's a man of imposing stature with gray hair, and the dark color of his skin suggests he spends much of his time under the sun. Is this a murderer? Despite having heard us arrive, his attention remains focused on his plants. Mr. Mockbee? Attempts Wiggins. Yes, shouts the old man with a loud and unfriendly voice. We'd like to talk to you. On what subject? Your stepson, Irving? The poor boy, we all suffered so much. And William Telbin. That weed, that insect. Mockbee makes no attempt to conceal the loathing tone of his voice. What do you want to know? He was murdered yesterday. What do you know about that? I know that the world has been made a bit better since. Could your stepson be implicated? Irving? No, not at all. He doesn't have the shoulders for that. If he'd had a bit more nerve, Stephanie might still be alive instead of rotting at St. Saviour's. What do you mean? For the first time since our arrival, he turns away from the rhododendron to face us. Are you from the police? No. Then get out of here. He shouts threateningly while brandishing his pruning tool. Let me take advantage of what little time I have left to get some peace and quiet with my plants. All right, so have we found the murderer now? It seems like this guy, not Irving, is the murderer. He blames Telbin for his daughter's death. What's St. Saviour's? Funeral home? I'd like some. Can someone think they can explain Do we know enough of his motive to confirm he's the guy? He certainly fits the description. And we haven't been to a nearby dentist either. But that doesn't matter because we've already identified our guy. St. Saviour's Church is 2WC. I don't know why he blames him, but maybe we can learn more about the church where Stephanie was buried. Here's the church. The statues of gray granite. Oh, this is where Irving's going to be. The statues of gray granite, which dot the small cemetery behind the Church of St. Saviour's, seem to follow us with their fixed eyes. Small cherubs guard the grave of a child. A winged Valkyrie guides a captain of industry to his destiny. And in front of the tomb of Stephanie Novak, a marble sculpture captures the beauty of the deceased. The gleaming alabaster skin seems to animate it with its own life and give life to its eyes, though they have no expression. Kneeling in front of the sepulchre, a man sobs, his hands covering his face. "Irving Novak?" asks Wiggins softly. "What do you want of me?" he says, turning around suddenly. His eyes reflect a myriad of emotions: sorrow, anger, fear, and resignation. "We're not here to take you back. We just want to know what happened on the night you fled from Bethlehem." "I still don't totally understand what happened. I was asleep when two men came in with a lamp. One of them said, 'It's not him.' When I saw that my door was open, I took advantage of the situation. The two men were in the cell next to mine, and from what I could hear, I was pretty glad I wasn't their target. I saw a window in the corridor was open, and I fled." "On the topic of the death of your father." "My father? He died years ago." "I meant to say your stepfather." "His death? You mean he's dead?" The young man's face seems to light up for the first time since our arrival. "Yes, he was killed yesterday. You didn't know about it?" "Well, I know who killed him." The young man turns away to talk to the image of his wife again. "You can rest in peace now, my love. Your death has been avenged." "Mr. Novak, if you know who killed him, you'll need to tell us." The young man's eyes gleam as he turns to us and says simply, "It was Providence." Then he turns back to the tomb of his wife and places the flowers he apparently brought with him. "I think he'd be better off in a cell," whispers Wiggins to us as we leave, leaving Novak in the middle of a conversation with his deceased wife. I wonder if Mockbee isn't a flower shop owner that we could follow up on, but it feels like they blame Telbin for the daughter's. He blames Telbin for his daughter's death. Irving Novak agrees. We found Irving Novak. Is there anything left for us to do? We had some loose ends. I wanted to try the tobacco shop just for fun. That's back to our politician that we haven't been involved with for a while. But otherwise, I think we're ready to wrap this up. So Dunhill's tobacco shop was 86 Southwest. Let's follow that up just for the fun of it. Okay, remember when we went to the politician's hotel, Wiggins detected something odd about the tobacco. Richard Hacker, the commercial manager at Dunhill's, takes the tobacco gathered by Wiggins in Major Bank's room and sniffs it with a nose that has given him a reputation in the tobacco industry. His face immediately twists into an expression of utter disgust. He sniffs it again, and this time seems perplexed. I don't understand. Sir Wilfrid buys his tobacco directly from us. This really is our number 4 tobacco, but it looks like something was added to it. I couldn't tell you what. You should go and see our chemist at St. James Square in front of the Baldwin Card Club. He'll be more precise. In any case, this did not improve our product. We got a lot of side cases going on here. Is this in the original as well? Okay, Baldwin. Well, let's see. Let me write it down, not do my normal thing, close the book, and then have to reopen it. So, chemist in St. James next to Baldwin Card Club. Is someone also poisoned and gave our guy a heart attack? I can't believe we have another little side case here. All right. Chemists. We're looking for one near St. James. Okay, we're not told where they are. Where's the Baldwin Card Club, though? I wonder if we could find a florist near Mockbee, too. But let's do one thing at a time. So sports. Okay, let's find Baldwin Card Club. Okay, it's not listed under sports. That's okay. We'll just look it up here. This is the easiest way, I think, for us to find it. Baldwin Card Club is 88 Southwest. So let's look at chemists that would be near it. 87 Southwest, Keene and Ashwell. 87 Southwest. Okay, so he's going to examine this tobacco and see if he can tell us what's in it. In his laboratory, Percy Ashwell places the tobacco sample under a large lens held in place by a copper arm. He then takes a metal tool with a rounded tip and starts to quickly separate the crushed leaves into 2 piles. He takes a pinch of one of the piles, places it under a microscope. Then he takes another sample, which he places in a mortar. He then pours a white liquid in the mortar and mixes everything with a glass rod. The solution becomes blue. Ashwell draws a drop of the blue liquid and lets it fall on his forearm. After a few moments, he wipes it with a white cloth that was lying on the counter. Aconitum napellus, he says with a smile. What? It's snapdragon, says Ashwell. It's one of the most dangerous flowers of Central Europe. The other leaves come from the various tobaccos used for number 4. Tobaccos from Turkey and Virginia. An explosive mix. I strongly suggest you don't smoke it. It's a lethal poison? Well, it can kill you, especially if you've got a weak heart. Aconitine, the alkaloid poison extracted from the snapdragon, is a neurotoxin which affects the heart. In its purest form, a single grain of aconitine can kill a man. For someone as solid as you are, smoking this mix would probably make you sick. For a man with a weak heart, it would probably kill him. So now our politician was killed by someone who works with flowers. And if you'll remember, we got strong hints that Mockbee is involved with flowers. Isaac's mother says that she shared an interest in flowers that she thought was going to bring them together or something. So is Mockbee, the guy who shot Telbin with a revolver, also responsible for poisoning our politician? And why? Let me look up Mockbee again and see if there's a forest that's near him. Is there some reason to think that he... How strange. This case is just going on much further than we thought, but we have arrested a whole bunch of people. Okay, so Mockbee is at 54 Southwest. 54 Southwest. And to refresh my memory, he is messing with flowers, right? Or am I misremembering that? He clearly thinks he's going to jail. I think he's just out for revenge here. Yeah, he's messing with flowers. Much of his time under the sun. And then he's convinced he's going to jail soon. Okay. So the question is it possible he owns a florist near his house? 51. Where's the florist? 54 Southwest. So there's two florists in the Southwest. 31 Southwest, only the one. Let me just look that up. Okay, I see a florist. No. 31 Southwest is the bakery. But it's also Sturgis Florist. That's weird. Well, Anna says she thinks the printer guy gave the MP the poisoned cigars when they drank together. I guess that makes sense, but where did he get that from? Well, if your theory's right, this is a good idea. This is a fun idea. If your theory is right, maybe we do the other thing. We're looking for a florist where someone would buy that. So now let's look up Tobias, see where he lives. He lives in 24 WC. Now let's look for florists near him. Well, there is a florist near him, Finsterworld, 46 WC. Let's see if perhaps we can catch someone buying this poison flower near him. No. Just gonna look for some of these other forests just for the hell of it. 50 EC. Do we think we should be able? No. Do we think we should be able to see where you would get this poison? What about the library? Would you be able to find information on the poison at the library? 5 Southwest. We find an article on Major Bank's career. Joint Accounts Bank, founded by Dudley Major Banks. Ardent defender of Balfour, treasurer. Nothing useful here. Flower, you would get a flower. I guess what we're trying to solve now is the side case of the MP. And we're trying to think, how would we prove who gave him that poison? We went to a bunch of florists. Couldn't find it. Anna wants to look at the questions. Marco says, hey, maybe we should look at the newspaper now in light of all that we've learned. I think that's a pretty good idea, actually. Let's see. I think that's a very good idea. Let's see what we got. So we're looking for something perhaps about poison flowers. Okay. Squire and Son Pharmacy. Herbal teas. Squire and Son Pharmacy. Maybe we should check that out. But there's no address. And it's not under chemists. Yes, it is. 66 WC. That's kind of promising. Because our guy was at 24 WC, Tobias. I thought I looked up his nearby stuff, but I didn't look up chemists. I just looked up florists. Okay, this, I hope you're right, because if you do, you get some real credit there. Okay. "66 WC. Here we go. John Squire raises his eyes from his microscope and speaks to Wiggins. There's Snapdragon mixed in with that tobacco. It's not a blend I'd recommend. Where could we find Snapdragon? Asked Wiggins. Well, we sell a little. Sold as Goldstein, probably. Have you sold any recently? Let me check. Okay. Okay, we sold some this month to Mr. Tobias at 24 Charing Cross. Did he mention why he'd want some? It's used in a balm to relieve chronic inflammation in the joints. Usually we prepare the balm, but he said he wanted to do it himself, as he specified he wanted to add more into a balm than he already had to make it more effective. Why not? Okay, so very well done. All right, so a couple things are worth saying. First of all, we were on the right track, having concluded that maybe it was Tobias who did it. Then the question is, how do we prove it? We tried going to florists near where he lives. Perhaps we should have on our own thought to go to chemists near where he lives. But Marco said, hey, now that we've sort of at the end of this case, we should go back and look through the newspaper for clues now that we have all this more context. And Marco was 100% correct, because when we did go back through the newspaper, we got this little hint about a pharmacy, and it turned out it was near where Tobias lived, so it made complete sense. So I believe we've got everything wrapped up, and this was a deep case. This was a deep case. And look, here's a little ad about the darts. Remember that our embassy guard was participating in this dart club. We could visit them and we could hear about him, but I don't think we need to. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. I think we are ready to solve this case. Pretty satisfying. And this was nice teamwork as a group. I mean, I suppose we should wait till we're finished before we do. But our strengths overcame our weaknesses. Our persistence, we really tied up lots of loose ends. You could see how some people would end the game much earlier than we did, but we really did follow through these things. All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we take our final break? Wow, we've been playing a long time today, almost 6 hours. It's 4:49 a.m. So we'll take our final break. We'll come back. We'll read the questions. We'll answer them. We'll read the epilogue. Then we'll talk a little bit about the experience, a real roller coaster. I'll see you in 8 minutes. You're watching Co-op for Two. 6 hours into our stream, and we finally reached the end point. Some real work in persistence and some real group effort work here today. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's try to answer the questions here. Okay, so remember how Space Cowboys edition works. The questions are in an envelope. We will try to answer them. I'm not surprised to see a whole bunch of questions. Let's see if there's anything we overlooked. Okay, here we go. Oh, are those answers? Those are answers. Pretend you didn't see that. Questions are here. Answers in the envelope. Sorry, forgot about that. Okay. Who was killed in front of Holmes's house? It's good we didn't see that. Okay, so we know that the answer to one is Johnny Dumont. That was the worker at Bethlehem. Why was he killed? To stop him from telling Sherlock Holmes about Cleopas. Sorry for showing you that envelope. Hopefully you didn't see anything you shouldn't have seen. Okay, who killed him? That's Billy Slack. The worker of Imhoff. We know it was Billy Slack because we searched his room and found the knives, right? Was it connected to the death of Wilfred Majorbank? No, totally separate cases. What is the cause of Majorbank's death? That's snapdragon poison tobacco. The second series of questions. Was there a reason for Majorbank's death explained? And this was to keep him from revealing identity of the forger, counterfeiter of bonds, which is Marvin Tobias. 7, who died at the Bethlehem Asylum? It was Dick Anker. Who killed William Telbin? That was Cyrus Mockbee, the father of Stephanie Mockbee, who Irving married and died soon after. Why was Telbin killed? Revenge for the blamed death of Stephanie Mockbee. Now, one thing we don't 100% understand is why they blame Telbin for that. I'm not sure we know the answer to that. Thankfully, we're not asked. Does anyone have a theory of that? Does anyone disagree with any of my answers here? Have I gotten anything wrong? I know it's hard to read, but surely I haven't lost Anna and Marco after making it 6 hours. Surely they're still there. Any disagreements here? Anna agrees. They didn't say why they blame Telbin, but they clearly do. Maybe if we talk to, it's possible that one of our informants, like the We talked to Langdale, but it's possible one of these people know about it or we overlooked it. Okay. Marco agrees with the answers. Anna agrees with the answers. Okay, so we can check our answers now. I showed you the answer sheet prematurely, but hopefully we didn't pay attention to it. Let's see what we got. Okay, John Dumont. So we got plus 25 there for that. We got that right. He recognized Dr. Imhoff's patient thanks to the picture in the newspaper to keep him from telling Sherlock Holmes about Leopas. Okay, well, we got that completely right. Who killed him? Either Leopas or one of the members of Imhoff's network. Both answers are acceptable. Well, it really should be Billy Slack, part of Imhoff's network, because we found the weapon there, we think. Okay, was there any links? No. That was worth 20 points. Major Banks died from heart attack due to inhaling Snapdragon. So that was another 20 points. So we got perfect score on the main questions. Second question, yes, he was poisoned by Marvin Tobias after he realized Major Banks was on the verge of revealing his implication on the bonds trafficking. Okay, that's our plus 10. Whose body? Dick Anchor. That's another plus 10. Who killed him? Cyrus Mockbee. That's another plus 10. And why? Mockbee believed Telbin caused his daughter's death. That's another plus 10. Okay, so we got a perfect score here. Every single question right. And then we should be subtracting the number of leads we followed from Holmes, who followed 4. So that would lose us dozens of points, but we don't worry about that. If you followed more leads than Holmes, 5 points for each extra lead. That's ridiculous. That would bring us down into negative, but that's okay. We never worry about that. Holmes solved it in 4 leads. Ridiculous. Okay, but here's the take-home message. All right, let's read our epilogue here. Here we go. This investigation will have had its fair share of twists and was hiding more murders than the one which caused it to start, declares Holmes. You're talking about the murder of Major Banks, about which the young man was coming to see you, says Lestrade, while nodding his head to his own analysis. No, Lestrade, Holmes replied calmly. The death of Sir Wilfrid Majorbanks has nothing to do with that of John Dumont, our unfortunate client. No, Dumont was coming to see me for another reason. According to his mother, he didn't know how to read. It was therefore odd that he'd come and see me with a newspaper article. I realized that what had motivated the young man to come and see me was the portrait of Rodolfo Leopas located on the back of the article. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Now that Holmes has gotten all of our attention, he lights a cigarette. First off, I had to determine the young man's identity. This was simpler than it seemed. A visit to Rowlands and Fraser allowed me to get the name of the person who had gotten the watches engraved. We skipped that whole thing. Mr. Solomon Perkovich, for the players of his darts team. This allowed me to get the presumed identity of the victim, as well as that of his mother, Dolores Dumont. After having spoken to her, it was obvious that her son had been perturbed following the incident which occurred at his workplace, the Bethlehem Asylum. It's when I learned that neither her nor her son knew how to read that I understood that the important side of the paper was the one showing Rodolfo Leopas, the Spanish criminal. On that topic, Mr. Holmes, Wiggins starts. Just a moment, Wiggins. I must continue my story before I lose my train of thought. What happened in Bethlehem? Asks Watson, intrigued. Upon examination of the area, it seemed evident that someone broke into the wing where the two patients, Novak and Smith, were residing. The fragments of glass in the corridor do indicate that the window had been broken from outside. As we'll see later, Smith was actually, in fact, Rodolfo Leopis. Leopis was at the asylum? Why? Asked Lestrade. The asylum is used as a shelter for fleeing criminals. Leopis wasn't just hunted by the police, but also by the criminal underworld. Why the devil, Holmes? He wanted to double-cross the organization behind the two bankruptcies of the two Madrid banks and two more in Paris. He had enemies on both sides of the law. If we arrested him, we'd be helping him out. The police want to lock him up, but his former allies want to kill him. Just then, someone knocks at the door, interrupting Holmes in his explanation. Enter, says Holmes. A man in dirty rags opens the door. His face is covered in soot and his shoes have seen better days. The man steps close to Holmes and whispers a few words in his ear. Holmes thanks him with a warm pat on the back and walks him back to the door. Who is that poor wretch, Holmes? A new member of the Baker Street Irregulars? Asks Lestrade, laughing. This man, Inspector, is one of the richest citizens of London, a broker who works in the highest spheres of society. His life is only poor in excitement, so I've offered to him and a few of his friends to create the Society of Amateur Beggars. Once in a while, they are my eyes and ears in the dark streets and dirty alleys of London. Under their patched clothes, they remain intelligent men. In the absence of my sharpshooters, I asked them to check out an address. Leopis's new hideout. Inspector, if you send a few men to 7 Newcomen Street, you'll find there Europe's most wanted man. I'll send a patrol immediately, shouts Lestrade. Inspector, I must... later, Wiggins. We can't let him get away. I don't think you have much to worry about, Inspector. You see, we already went to that address, and if you haven't read what happened at 7 Newcombe, decipher the newspaper's message and go there. Okay, so we did that. We figured that out. Holmes resolved the case in 4 weeks. Okay, so then Lestrade's going to arrest him, but we know he's already dead. Okay, and that's that. It's interesting that there's no explanation here for the politician's death. None at all. The questions cover it, but no explanation from Holmes. So actually, I don't think Holmes solved it. He knows it's not involved, but the game doesn't explain how he solved it. And in fact, Holmes didn't go to the places to solve it. It is interesting that it was the watch company for the engraving. Somehow it didn't even occur to us. I mean, maybe it occurred for a split second. Then we thought not, but maybe that's a little knock on us. That should have been at least in our list. All right. A very short epilogue, not covering a good chunk, half of the case that we worked on, but we did get a perfect score, pretty satisfying. We were pretty thorough. Jonathan says in the original, it actually did explain Major Bank. Okay, so let's just take a look at the book Jonathan's looking at. And case of identity. Okay, so here are the questions. Who was killed on his doorstep? Looks like the same question. Same answers. And then a separate section for solution. Let's see. So this is basically where our case solution ended. And then here's the discussion of Bethlehem. They broke him out. Okay, the guy comes in. Okay, and then Lestrade says he's going to send his people to collect Leopas. Okay, so this is where our solution ended in the new one. Now it goes on. So this is all new epilogue that's not in our version for unknown reason. He died of natural causes after all? Not at all, responds Holmes patiently. He steps over to the fireplace, where he takes a moment to stoke the fire with the poker before removing a cigar from the coal scuttle. Holmes prolongs our moment of suspense as he clips the cigar's end and lights the tobacco, enjoying his position at center stage, enjoying the theatricality of this production. I understand you made a significant discovery in Major Banks' rooms at the Cosmopolitan, Wiggins. Yes, sir. Pipe and tobacco. I recognized the tobacco almost immediately as Dunhill's number 4. It appeared not quite right. Someone added a bit of wolfsbane, so they changed the name of it in this one. Quite deadly with his weak heart. Pipe had been almost bitten through. The question thus became who added the wolfsbane? Easily ferreted out once we began looking for a murderer. Who in the bloody hell was it, Holmes? I don't have all day, you know. Marvin Tobias, he says. Tobias was counterfeiting government bonds. I'd wager your men won't have too much difficulty tracing it back to him. There's one more thing. What is it now, Holmes? I trust you will see to it that the unfortunate man who's being held at Newgate in the Telbin matter is released. He says, why is that? He turns to face Holmes' resignation. Okay, Holmes, I realize you're waiting for me to step into your trap. Why should I release Telbin's murderer? You're not holding Telbin's murderer. You mean it was the stepson after all? No. Although it was a family matter, an old man's grief led him down a destructive path, I fear. But regardless of the specifics, Albert Finch had absolutely nothing to do with the death, and he should be released. Okay, so that's pretty... Why this isn't in the new version, that's pretty bizarre. That's really unfortunate. That should be in there. I wonder why it wasn't. I don't know. To save a page? That's very odd that you wouldn't have that in the new version. Jonathan says, if you look up the Meeks entry in the original, it's funny how much it leaks. Okay, let's take a look at that out of curiosity. So Jonathan says, if you look up Jasper Meeks, he gives away information. Here's the little encrypted message using a different cipher, Jonathan says. Okay, so we go to the morgue. Let's see. He says, you can't find anything in the guy who died in front of us. But what about Mr. Smith, the guy who died in Bethlehem? He says he died of a broken neck, but it was supposed to be an epileptic seizure. He says, hard to believe. Epileptics, fine. Oh my God, look at this. Wait, shouts Wiggins, this is not Smith. I heard he had a number of passports. That's for the police to work out. No, what I mean is this is not the man whose picture was on the passports found in Smith's room. Okay, so in the old version, it actually tells you explicitly that it's not Smith. That gives away a lot. Absolutely. Let's see. We could look around for what happened to Stephanie, though we don't quite understand. But we've gone pretty deep into this case. Jonathan, did you happen to spot where we would have learned more about Stephanie? I don't see anything. All right. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there was more information to find out about Stephanie's death or why. Jonathan says, I saw one. It looks like you could go to the Pall Mall Gazette. The Pall Mall Gazette. Okay, let's take a look. Well, we did hypothesize that maybe one of our newspaper allies. Okay, so the Pall Mall Gazette actually tells you about the newspaper being one side Major Banks and the other side Rodolfo Leopis. So this would have solved that question for you. I don't know if that's in our new one, but that would have given away a big chunk of the mystery that we figured out. Let me see if it's in the new version as well. Yes, it does say in the new version as well. I guess if we had done that, we would have figured something out earlier. Okay, let's see. Well, who did you want on the Telbin story? Doesn't really tell us about Stephanie, though. Okay, so, sorry. Hopefully you haven't lost you quite yet. Let's hear some thoughts about the game. Okay. Anna says, they still left a few leaks here and there, and the new cipher was painful, but other than that, it was a pretty good case. Lots of stuff to chew on. Marco says, it was cool to start with the side political case, but the connection that led us to the Leopis main case seemed a little weak to me, unless I missed something. The watch would have been better. It was very nice afterwards, and the revelation about Leopis's portrait was satisfying. The side cases were also good. Jonathan said the game wanted you to go talk to the watch seller and the dart group and then find his mother. It's interesting that you could have played this game. You could have gone through this a totally different angle. It is interesting that we went through perhaps the less common angle of following the political case first. But I do think that led to maybe a more interesting experience. Shame on us for not thinking to investigate the watch then that would have led us, but we did eventually get around to everything. It did have a few places where we went someplace and it assumed we knew something that we didn't, which was odd, and especially odd when we talked to the mother. We're like, your son's dead. Somehow he had jumped to that conclusion, but he didn't know why. I guess that's because the game expected us to follow through with the watches first. And find out that he was the dead person. But I think it was more enjoyable the way we did it, where we didn't figure out his identity till the end. One thing I really liked here is, first of all, there's lots to like about this case. There were lots of details, and it's hard to even call it a side case. It feels like there were two main cases here, and they kept crisscrossing, and we were playing with lots of different theories before we settled on the right one, and that was maybe one of the more enjoyable parts here, where at first we thought they killed Irving and put his body in, although we had some qualms about that. Then it kept feeling like we thought we solved the case 4 hours in, and then the last 2 hours we're unraveling little other details that really forced us to change some of our theories. And one reason that was so enjoyable is because this is really our strength. Our strength is that we've taken 6.5 hours to really nail down everything. And you could absolutely see how people who are wanting to get it over with quicker, ready to go to sleep, ready to not have a 6-hour session, might have called it earlier with some inklings of what happened and missed big questions. And it was really quite nice that it was only at the very end that we actually found Irving. And it was interesting that this game allowed us to sort of achieve things, right? Like we found Leopas and killed him. We found the killer, the accomplice, and then we found Irving. That was pretty cool. Doesn't happen all that often. Jonathan says, I think the route you took was more interesting. I think if you went to the asylum first, it would make you realize Major Banks was more red herring and less interested. Jonathan says, another weird change, I think, was just a translation error. In the original, it says it was not uncommon for Major Banks to have visitors, while Space Cowboy says it is uncommon. Marco says, I'm lucky it's morning here in Italy. Where's our... Can you hear me here? Here's our world clock. If you're a regular viewer of the channel and you want your city added to the world clock map, send me a message on Board Game Geek or on our Discord. I had to make it cycle cities in and out. That's what I worked on yesterday because otherwise it's getting too crowded here. This way, at least I can add more places without them all overlapping, although I acknowledge it's a little hard to keep track of what's going on here. It's nicer when they're staying still, but it won't scale up. So what time is it there in Italy? Let's see, where is Italy? I guess you're over in Europe a little bit. You're in noon. Okay. Jonathan does say, however, I think the Space Cowboys version is better because it's less fragile about sticking to an intended path, and it doesn't leak as much. I do agree that the leak from visiting Meeks would have been unfortunate. The only thing that's really a shame that it's missing in the new version, inexplicably, is the extra epilogue that explains Major Banks. That's a very odd omission. But I would say this is a very good case, a surprisingly comprehensive case. And we really chewed over theories, and it was fun to make sense of them and have to readjust our theories. Very good case, I'd say, a very good case. A little odd in that it was sort of two cases of equal size, but very satisfying. I had a blast. Real classic experience. Amazing to think we're playing a game that's 30 years old. The people who made it are dead and gone. Suzanne Goldberg and Gary Goldberg and Gary Grady and Suzanne Goldberg. But boy, they've created something special here. Jonathan says, we're almost at 3,000 viewers. That's right, we're almost at 3,000 viewers. I want to thank the Patreon supporters for helping us to purchase the games we play on this channel. And boy, what a pleasure it is to be able to share these games and play them with you guys. A real team effort here. We really did need all of us for this one, and quite special experience. Okay, so tomorrow we'll be playing Seven Citadel, a completely change of pace. But it's a little bittersweet playing these games because once they're gone, they're gone. But people are still making fan cases, and we've got a bunch of them to play. And we got a little bit of everything today. We got a little bit of everything. Some frustration, some satisfaction, and our persistence paid off. Okay. I'll see some of you tomorrow, and if you're watching this after the fact, I'd love to hear how you played the game differently. Did you go to the watch place first? Did that change your experience? I'll talk to you next time.